Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming consideration of the motions in group number 1 at report stage of Bill C-8, Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has 1 minute left on his speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is a true honour to be able to stand in this place and fight for the people of Battle River Crowfoot, and of course, be able to stand for the principles of peace, freedom, and democracy, especially in an age where there have been such clear threats from actors around the world that would love to tear down the freedoms that we enjoy today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm
very sorry, my mistake. We had 1 minute left in questions and comments, not in a speech. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thinking in terms of freedoms, Madam Speaker, my question to the member is how is it that the Conservative Party can actually say no and vote against C-8 when C-8 is all about supporting Canadians in all regions of our country? Does the member realize what the Conservative Party is asking him to do? To vote against support for the pandemic, Madam Speaker. Does he realize that?
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to stand for freedom and democracy in this place each and every day. But what's absolutely untenable is the fact that members from that party opposite refuse to stand up against probably the most authoritarian Prime Minister that this country may have ever seen. Madam Speaker, time and time again I hear from constituents who are thrilled that a few of their members are standing up against the tyranny that the PMO exerts over members of the backbench, and as we
and that is it. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think there was someone else before me. I think there was another speaker.
Bon, je suis vraiment...
I really apologize. You are entirely correct. The honourable member is entirely correct.
Member for Richmond Hill, resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As today marks the first time in the 44th Parliament that I'm exercising my privilege to rise to speak on government bill, I want to take a brief moment to acknowledge those who have helped get me here to stand alongside my honourable colleagues and represent once again the people of Richmond Hill. I want to thank volunteers who put in countless hours to spread our message, as well as friends and staff who help mentor, guide, and further connect me with the community. Of course, I'll be remiss not to thank my wife and my 2 children, without whom I would have not had the emotional support to continue this work. And lastly, my larger family, the people who have trusted me to work for their best interest, my dear constituents in Richmond Hill, whose engagement and community leadership has consistently impressed me for the past 6 years. Indeed, Madam Speaker, my constituents will be the beneficiaries of the bill that I'll be discussing today. I feel privileged to rise in the House to speak on Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in the Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures. Madam Speaker, in my riding of Richmond Hill, we have over 5,000 small businesses with a labour participation percentage of over 64%. Richmond Hill is home to many of the workers that help establish the foundation and growth of our economy. Many of them also constitute the membership of my community-led Small Business Council, where I meet monthly with my constituents to hear their concern and feedback of our government's support for their businesses. First, let me acknowledge that Richmond Hill's small businesses have shown immeasurable resilience throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. And while our federal government has played a key role through the provision of critical support so far, we know that it's vital to continue this assistance to ensure a continued strong recovery. Our efforts in providing crucial financial assistance and collaboration with the provinces and territories to ensure that the health and safety of Canadians is an utmost reflection of the priorities of our government on this front. Since the onset of COVID-19, we have implemented income support, we have issued direct payments to families and seniors, we have helped businesses keep their workers, and we have helped workers keep their wages. Bill C-8 is yet another manifestation of these priorities as it serves an extra and supplementary tool in our toolbox. The bill is constituted of 7 parts, each of which addresses a key and prominent issue within our national and local communities. Starting with the funding for the procurement of rapid tests and investment in therapeutics, moving to the protection of our children's health and safety in school, and leading to a re-emphasis on critical and targeted support for workers and businesses that will protect their financial and physical well-being. This is a well-rounded piece of legislation with a comprehensive but targeted approach. Madam Speaker, with the onset of pandemic, businesses in my riding stepped up by introducing new measures that enable them to continue serving Richmond Hill safely and in alignment with public health measures. They fought COVID-19 head-on by enforcing vaccine mandates. They reduced capacities to encourage social distancing, and many even installed protective barriers with their spaces to maintain the safety of staff and customers alike. Now, as provincial jurisdictions begin authorizing an easing of restriction, we know that COVID-19 and its impact still persists, which is why our federal government will continue to support businesses in their safe operation. In December, our government's Bill C-2 received royal assent. Within this bill, we acknowledge the spread of the Omicron variant and its potential for further disruption to our small businesses. As such, we integrated key economic support, including the extension of the Canada Recovery Hiring Program, the establishment of Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit, and further extensions on Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit and Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit. These initiatives, amongst others in Bill C-2, have been and will be instrumental in keeping Canadian businesses strong and resilient in their recovery from COVID-19. The new measures in Bill C-8 add to the line of support that becomes law via the passage of Bill C-2 in numerous ways. Proper ventilation and improvement to the indoor air quality is a key component of the continued fight against COVID-19, but it's also a costly endeavor. Bill C-8 alleviates this by proposing a refundable small business air quality improvement tax credit of 25% on the incurred and eligible air quality improvement expenses. This tax credit would be received and eligible expenses taken between September 2021 and December 31st, 2022, and it makes safety against COVID-19 affordable for our small businesses. But that's not all that C-8 proposes to support our businesses. Our government recently announced the extension of the repayment deadline for the Canada Emergency Business Account Loan to qualify for partial loan forgiveness for all eligible borrowers in good standing. The interest-free and partially forgivable loan provided by the CEBA helps our small businesses, nearly 900,000 of them, stay afloat during one of the biggest economic challenges in our country. This extension will facilitate short-term economic recovery for small businesses through greater repayment flexibility for those who received support from CEBA. Nonetheless, businesses that benefited from CEBA are still burdened by the impact of the pandemic, and our government wants to help mitigate some of the financial stress. Repayments on or before the new deadline of December 31st, 2023 will result in a loan forgiveness of up to a third of the value of the loan. This, Madam Speaker, can translate to about $20,000 in loan forgiveness. Bill C-8 takes this a step further, as it would invoke a limitation period of 6 years for debt due under the CEBA program to ensure that CEBA loan holders are provided consistent treatment regardless of where they live. Through all of the realms in which our federal government has provided pandemic-related support, one theme consistently emerges, and that is our focus on health and safety of Canadians. That theme is extremely apparent in Bill C-8 as we build on previous initiatives to keep students, teachers, staff, and families healthy by authorizing payment for the purpose of supporting ventilation improvement project in school. This expands on our government supply of over $3 billion in direct transfer payment to the provinces and territories for testing and contact tracing through the Safe Restart program. In fact, $4 million of this funding directly benefited my constituency in Richmond Hill, as it ensured that we had the resources to safely restart the economy. While we also had made significant investment in empowering the provincial and territorial healthcare system to strengthen their testing capacity, having purchased and shipped over 80 million rapid tests to them at a cost of over $900 million. As the demand for rapid tests persists, C8 seeks to allocate another additional $1.72 billion to the Minister of Health for the procurement and distribution of rapid antigen tests to provinces, territories, and directly to Canadians. This initiative, combined with the funding through the Safe Return to Class Fund, demonstrate how the government is helping to keep our communities healthy and safe. Madam Speaker, today I have touched on just some of the components of Bill C8 that delivers real result and crucial support for Canadians. Bill C8 means a safer and a stronger Canada, and for my community, a safer and a stronger Richmond Hill. I strongly encourage my honourable colleagues to consider these key supports that our constituents will rely on to support their financial, physical, and mental health well-being. I invite you to join me in supporting its passage through the House so that we can continue having Canadians back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. One of the things I am concerned about, though, is housing in Oshawa for our seniors and our youth. And Conservatives have brought forward a motion, Motion 54, to ask the Liberals to abandon their first-time home buyer initiative, because literally it's only helped about 15% of the people it's been targeted to. So with this Budget Implementation Act, does he see anything in it that would increase the supply of housing for Canadians that actually need it?
Honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, thank you to my colleagues. Well, the housing and affordable housing has been the focus of our government since 2015. There's never been the amount of investment that we have made in housing initiative through our national housing strategy. Over $75 billion has been invested or planned to be spent over the next at least 3.5 years. And what we've seen is a very balanced and comprehensive approach to housing, whether it's increasing the supply for affordable housing, whether it's getting new families into the market, or refurbishing an existing housing, low-income housing that needs to ensure that we are keeping people who need housing given a shelter, as well as addressing the homelessness. Thank you.
Commentaires, honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In general, we agree with C8, although we find it a bit meager, but we agree with it. Where we have a bit of difficulty is in the area of health transfers. The government has made transfers during the pandemic, of course, but they are ad hoc. Quebec and all Canadian provinces are asking for permanent transfers of 35%, and it's not here. It could be here all or in part and funded by measures that fight against tax evasion. When will we see this in the budget?
For Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleagues who have the honor and privilege of being in the OGO committee together. Madam Speaker, I actually like to take a point with a comment that my colleague made, and it says ad hoc. I don't think our measures as it relates to COVID-19 has been ad hoc, especially the one that dealt with the safety and health of our Canadian citizen. I think it's been broad, as I said, and it's been strategic, and it has paid benefit. Our country is now in a position that have nearly 90% of our Canadian vaccinated. We are seeing that the provinces and territories are relaxing some of the restriction, and our government has been, and will be there for all Canadians to make sure that health, their safety is of priority to us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague from Richmond Hill, the question I have, and I'm going to be allowed to speak later this just after question period, Madam Speaker, I believe, and I'll lay this out with more detail and background. But one thing that strikes me about C8, it draws into sharp relief that much of the spending from the federal government is in provincial areas of jurisdiction, and can also be accused of being rather late coming on stream. Money for schools and ventilation, rapid tests. But I am not going to blame the federal government for this. These are provincial areas where I'm wondering why the provinces didn't step up. I think that when we look back at COVID, and I hope we do look back and analyze it, we'll wonder why it was we didn't have better provincial, federal cooperation early so that Canadians got the help they needed, and that businesses, schools, and so on got the help they needed faster.
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Federal government. So our government has been in the forefront of COVID-19 from day one. We also talked about how broad and how strategic this expenditure has been. Now, as it relates to the working with the provinces and territories, we are always there, lockstep with the provinces and territories to make sure that the health and safety of Canadians is put into a priority. Now, when you look at it, as I said, when the provinces are, territories are removing some of these restrictions, we figure out where is our role next. And what we realize is that for us to be able to keep Canadians safe, as these restrictions are being removed, an area of focus should be schools. Therefore, the air that they're breathing as those masks are being removed. So we're focusing on that through Bill C8, as well as the businesses who would be able to.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And here, we've got it right. And first of all, Madam Speaker, I'm rising to speak on C8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update introduced in Parliament on December 14th, 2021, and to implement other measures. So this is an economic bill, and we've talked about it a lot at committee. But before I do that, I'd like to wish a very happy birthday to somebody who just came into the House, the member for Joliette. It is his birthday today, and it's not obvious because he doesn't have any more gray hairs. So a very happy birthday to the member for Joliette. Now, remember, we said that this was a bit of a meager document because it has a lack of substance. It shows that the government is burnt out. There's no answer for labor shortages, no ideas for increasing productivity, and it underestimates the magnitude of our problems in supply with very little in the way of solutions. The measures to fight tax havens announced last spring have also been postponed or, well, maybe never, because they've completely dropped off the radar, and we need that source of revenue. And it's also difficult to see any economic leadership from Ottawa, even in the middle of a recovery period. At the same time, the crises that have followed one after another since January, the emergency measures crisis, the war in Ukraine, and the increase in COVID cases show that we're not out of the woods. And more importantly, with the new NDP Liberal alliance and the tabling of this economic update, the Trudeau government has clearly shown its colours. I'm sorry, I remind the honourable member to not use names in the House. The Liberal government has clearly shown its true colours. It's the beginning of a conflict with Quebec and the provinces because it means, among other things, a categorical refusal of any increase in federal funding for health care without conditions. So this sets the stage, Madam Speaker, whether the Minister of Heritage likes it or not, for another fight. So I'm going to touch on three main points today: the lack of measures for health, for housing, and for business assistance, particularly those that have been affected by COVID, such as the tourism industry and the culture sector. In terms of healthcare, let the feds take care of their own business and what falls under their jurisdiction, such as the procurement of COVID-19 tests. However, the government is maintaining the indexation of the Canada Health Transfer at 3%, which is the minimum, the legal minimum, and it's below the annual increase in healthcare costs, and that'll be the case up until 2027. However, we can't say it clearly enough. Quebec and the provinces are unanimously calling for an immediate payment of $28 billion to cover 35% of costs, followed by a 6% escalator. The Trudeau government's message is clear and unambiguous because it feels it spent enough last year on the pandemic. It refuses to do its part to pay for healthcare funding. This is flawed reasoning, as COVID-19 spending is one-time and temporary, while federal underfunding of healthcare is an ongoing problem, and it's strangling the finances of Quebec and the provinces. Ottawa is perpetuating this fiscal imbalance, and It is ignoring the lessons that it could have learned during the pandemic. And as the spokesperson for seniors, I have to deplore the fact that the victims, there are victims of this tragedy that could have been prevented. And as spokesperson for the Centres of Women, I find it sad that a government that claims to be feminist has not heard the call for help from caregivers, particularly women who've been on the front lines of this pandemic since March 2020. The Bloc Québécois will not give up its fight alongside Quebec and the provinces for a sustainable and unconditional increase in federal funding for healthcare. Secondly, because this is another issue that remains absolutely critical in Quebec, we need to tackle the housing supply. Today, Quebec would need about 50,000 new social, community, or truly affordable housing units to deal with this crisis. And I have to say that Granby has one of the lowest vacancy rates in Quebec, and I'm working on a committee where the city and community organizations are working very hard to try to find solutions. But there's no magic solution. The federal government needs to act. From 2011 to 2016, under the Conservatives, the number of affordable rental units in the private market for highest need households declined by 322,600 units, and it looks like that trend is going to continue. And right now, the Liberals are focusing on a package of programs and initiatives that deal with every variable in the housing market except the most important one, more supply and more housing. Putting more money in the hands of first-time home buyers, such as doubling the first-time home buyers tax credit, will do nothing to increase the supply of social or truly affordable housing. Scotiabank estimates that an additional 1.8 million homes would need to be built to match the stock in the other G7 countries. So this gives an indication of the chasm that needs to be bridged. So it's no coincidence that the PBO's most recent report, August 2021, projects that the number of Canadian households in need of affordable housing will also increase to about 1.8 million within 5 years unless more funding is directed to this problem. It has to be understood that if the supply of housing is the heart of the problem, it's social and community housing that must be prioritized, not the English-Canadian vision of so-called affordable housing that is increasingly outdated, especially in an overheated market. And despite the staggering increase in house prices, the housing problem in Quebec and Canada affects the rental market much more than the real estate market for buyers. This is why the most important indicator that must be dealt with is the supply of housing, and particularly housing for the most vulnerable. And they are more and more numerous. So social and community housing must be the priority. And right now, the Liberal strategy is a jumbled mess, and many of their initiatives are fiascos. We're already halfway through the National Housing Strategy, and yet, according to a recent report by the PBO, programs specifically dedicated to housing construction have spent less than 25% of their budgetary envelopes. Now is the time to build, because it can't be done with the snap of the fingers. And if we want to get out of this mess, we need exponentially more housing, especially social and community housing. The National Housing Strategy, which was launched in November 2017, shows a good understanding of the impacts of housing outside of Quebec, but it doesn't take into account the Quebec way of doing things with its Accès Logis program. Instead of building on what works and promoting what works, the federal government wants to impose its vision, even if its programs don't meet our needs or respect our reality. And it puts the emphasis on the concept of affordable housing at the expense of social and community housing. The amounts released are insufficient, and they're not being used efficiently. Housing is an exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces, and since housing needs vary greatly depending on socio-demographic context and provincial and municipal governments, well, because of their proximity to local issues, these local governments are in a better position to assess and identify the needs of their citizens. Third, let's talk about help for businesses. One of the measures, the CUEC, was designed to provide small and medium-sized businesses with interest-free loans with the possibility of partial forgiveness of repayment to help them pay for expenses that couldn't be avoided or postponed while dealing with the closures resulting from the health measures put in place to slow the spread of COVID-19. Since the launch of this program, the Bloc Québécois has been calling for changes to the assistance programs to better meet the needs of businesses. In particular, we have demanded greater flexibility for the eligibility criteria. We have been talking about business debt for a while now. A survey conducted by the CFIB last December revealed that more than a quarter of Quebec small and medium-sized businesses are at risk of not making it through 2022. More than half hadn't returned to their normal sales levels, and the average debt for an SME in Quebec was close to $100,000, and sometimes even up to over $200,000 for some restaurants. And according to the CFIB, as of October 31st, 1,454 insolvencies had been filed by businesses in Quebec. That represents 60% of all bankruptcies filed in Canada. And it's important to note that small businesses contribute to 30% of Quebec's GDP, and we're very proud of our small businesses in Quebec, Madam Speaker. It's clear that measures that only offer more debt to companies are not enough. So we welcome this measure that extends the repayment period, which will also allow certain write-offs for our companies. Another important element would be the inclusion of companies that started operations after the beginning of the pandemic. So startups, and the Bloc Québécois has already put forward other ideas to improve the situation for SMEs, including support for online commerce, dealing with card processing fees. So we're calling on the government to negotiate with card issuers for lower fees for online transactions. In conclusion, the Bloc Québécois will continue to be there for businesses, for the people of Quebec, because the challenges to come remain numerous. Inflation, the labor shortage. The Bloc Québécois is looking for solutions. We'll stick to the needs and the demands of Quebec. And one last thing, we had concerns about the respect of Quebec's jurisdiction, which seems to have been overstepped in several of the measures of this bill. That's why we voted in favor of the principle in order to better understand the scope of certain parts of C8. However, after hearing testimony and the government's responses in committee, we've come to the conclusion that the bill does indeed encroach on Quebec's jurisdiction. This is the very first time that the federal government has dared to interfere in the area of property taxes by wanting to penalize non-resident and non-Canadian owners of secondary residences. The intrusion could not be clearer. This encroachment was very well demonstrated and explained by constitutional scholar Patrick Taillon, who testified before the committee in February 2021. We tabled a single amendment to correct this situation. We tried to find a compromise by proposing that property tax measures could only apply in a province if that province agreed. But unfortunately, even without debate, the Bloc Québécois amendment was deemed non-compliant by the Liberal chair of the committee. So once again, this government is trying to interfere in what it does not concern it. Let it mind its own business. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Parliamentary Secretary to the government's House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Party says that Ottawa should play no role in housing. But the member says we should be providing a lot more money, investing in more programs, even though they say we shouldn't be providing housing because it's not our jurisdiction. The member says healthcare is not Ottawa's jurisdiction, but we need to provide a lot more money towards healthcare. One would think that the Bloc's position is that Canada, Ottawa, should be an ATM machine, and that's it. Just give the money. Canadians, no matter where they live in the region of Canada, recognize that Ottawa does have a role in housing. Ottawa does have a role in health. It's called the Canada Health Act. We have the National Housing Strategy. And I'm wondering if the member can provide her thoughts if she truly believes that Ottawa has no role to play in health or housing, especially when you reflect on the will of the people of Quebec also.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. But I'll say it again because, once again, there's a lot of points in his question. They're called transfers. Our constitutional system is based on transfers for healthcare, housing. I explained it. Quebec has its own programs. Ottawa needs to transfer the money. That's how it works. In healthcare, it's not Ottawa that knows what to do with our hospitals and our nurses. It's Quebec that has the expertise, and it's the same. Ottawa transfers the money, and for too long, this Liberal government has been cutting transfers to health. And so we have a health system that's underfinanced, and we'll see what happens after the crisis. But we need transfers now. We are in a health crisis right now. This is where we need money. This is where we need the transfers. The same thing for housing. We have programs in Quebec, and I'm working on committees with representatives of the Quebec government and our municipal governments, and everybody says that they don't know what to do. But Ottawa has a system. It's called transfers when it's something that's not in its jurisdiction. And I've explained that. For the rest, they should transfer the money. Questions and comments?
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Shefford for her speech. I agreed with almost all of it. And I would especially like to bring up some more issues on the tourism and hospitality sectors that she briefly mentioned. I've been working a lot on that file lately, and it seems like the tourism and hospitality recovery program, was brought in before Omicron. It didn't really. It assumed that the pandemic was over, and yet it is not, and businesses are still struggling. She mentioned some of the companies like startups that don't qualify. Another group of businesses that don't qualify for that are businesses that are seasonal. Now, you can imagine if you're a tourism operator in Canada, many tourism operators are seasonal, and yet these companies are basically prohibited from qualifying for this program. And I wonder if she could comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. And it allows me to come back to something that I only spoke about briefly, which was help for sectors which are still going to be affected over a long time by the pandemic, because he's quite right with Omicron. And that program dates to December, and it feels like an eternity ago because so much has happened since then. And no, we're not out of the woods when it comes to tourism. And that's why I talked about the importance of having more flexible programs that are better adapted to these sectors which are going to be affected over the long term. And so whether that be for the tourism sector or for the cultural sector, and, we effectively need to help freelance workers who work in those sectors. We've been told by the government it's too complicated, but I think in 2022 we could find solutions and more flexibility to help them. The Bloc Québécois is also talking about the importance of having a predictable set of funding, and that's something that we have been asking for. So a deconfinement plan, Quebec and the provinces have that, but the federal government doesn't. So we also need to be able to plan what's going to happen. So these are all measures where Ottawa could help these sectors which are going to continue to be affected over the long term by the pandemic. Questions and comments? A very brief question for the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So a question for my colleague. Ottawa has decided to interfere in Quebec's jurisdiction with property taxes. This is something that's never happened before. There was no cooperation to find a solution. We said that it could be done if the province gave its authorization. Why does my colleague think that the federal government refused to collaborate with the provinces once again? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Shefford, 10 seconds. Well, it can be summed up very briefly. This new NDP alliance wants to centralize everything, and they don't want to respect the provincial and Quebec's jurisdiction.
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to rise in the House today and talk about Bill C-8. And I think the first thing I want to do is just go back a little bit in time, and Madam Speaker, I think you were there as well for those times, and it goes back to when Jim Flaherty was the finance minister, and he had a budget, and it was called the Economic Action Plan, and it was an event. It was a main event back in those times, and economists and business owners and people really from all over looked at this Economic Action Plan as the path forward for the Canadian economy. And especially in those times in 07 and 08 with the huge economic downturn. And it was really a shining light is what I would say. And it allowed us to get through that time. And by 2015, present the new Liberal government with the balanced budget. And if you go back in that time, 2015, in the next 4 years, the government spent $100 billion extra in which they collected. And I think that'll go in history, and it'll be a guiding light for future governments. And it goes back to when you're a kid or your grandparents were telling you when times are good, salt a little bit away. That way when times get bad, you have a little bit more to spend and keep going. And what the Liberals did is they actually really spent when times were good, and when times were bad, they really spent a lot. And now we're at a point where in 2015, the federal debt was about $600 billion. And in 7 short years, we've doubled that. I haven't doubled it. The Liberal government has doubled it to $1.2 trillion. And so the amount that each and every Canadian owes is doubled, and it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. And I understand the times, and yes, there was some money that went in and helped Canadians tremendously. We obviously know that. But nevertheless, the numbers are the numbers. One thing I want to point out, and a couple things I want to point out, is inflation. We hear this on the news. I mean, 10 years ago, you didn't really hear about inflation. Even 5 years ago, you didn't really hear about inflation. But the different excuses for inflation. In September, it was transitory. In October, it was transitory. In November, it was greedy corporations. That was their fault. December, it was supply chain. January was supply chain, and now in February, it's Russia. Now, can you believe this? In the matter of 6 months, we have at least 4 or 5 different reasons to blame for the inflation. Well, that's an impossibility. We know when there's limited or decreasing supply of goods and an increasing monetary supply in the last 2 years, some estimate a 40% increase in the monetary supply in this country, you're going to have inflation. So the only people to blame are the people sitting across in the hall here in the House of Commons for such increased spending. That's the only reason. You can't blame Ukraine and you can't blame it on transitory. They've got rid of that term now because it was debunked. The other thing I hear from time to time, actually it's more than time to time, is GDP growth. The finance minister has got up a number of times and talked about GDP growth. But to my mind, and I think to many other people's minds, when inflation is close to 6%, the highest in 30 years, and if some economists say that if you calculate inflation like it was 40 years ago, 30 years ago, inflation is over 10%, how can you claim to have GDP growth of 4.2% in 2021? It's all new monetary supply and it's all inflation. They even have in their fall economic statement a term called GDP inflation. Well, that should put to bed all the claims of the finance minister's claims of this robust GDP growth. And in fact, there are so many warning points and warning signs in the fall economic update about headwinds and what if this happens and what if that happens. This fall economic statement is what I would call price to perfection. Anything less than perfection is going to produce a catastrophic result. Look at what we have going on right now. Brent crude this morning, I think it's $113 US. That was not in any projections. It's doubtful GDP growth will be as high as it was in 2021. That will reduce government revenues. There are a lot of issues with this fall economic update. The Bank of Canada claims to have stopped quantitative easing. That's great. They have not started on quantitative tightening. What they call it now is quantitative reinvestment. Okay, so we're creating all these new terms now for things, and really it's just fooling around with the money supply. If you go back in time and you really look at money, and you look at the Bretton Woods Agreement that came during the war, the Second World War, and went up until 71 when they got rid of the gold standard, money actually was backed by something. Money is just debt. That's all money is today. And it's unfortunate that the government of the day does not respect money. They don't respect the taxes that people pay. And I saw an article just the other night, last night maybe, it was in the Toronto Star, so you know it must be true if they're reporting it on the Liberals, that it was spending at Harrington Lake. And I couldn't believe it. It was something like $14 million has been spent on the old property at Harrington Lake, and we know that the Prime Minister built a new place at Harrington Lake for like $9 million, and they've spent $3.6 million at the Prime Minister's property on the Rideau Hall property, and so the Governor General's property. So I'm not going to go into all that because in the big scheme of things, we're talking trillions and billions in here, but it just goes to show you the lack of respect for the taxpayer dollar and for the small business owner that's been grinding it out, and they see that, and they've got a lot of unique words that they use when they describe how much they dislike the spending. Gold. In the 60s, the government owned 1,000 tons of gold. By 2003, there were only 3.4 tons of gold left. And we know who was in government mainly during that time. The government of Canada sold the last of their gold in 2016, as far as I know, and they sold it at $1,245 an ounce. And if you look today what the price of gold is, it's almost $2,000 US an ounce. And this goes back to a point that there's a lot of talented Liberal members of Parliament. I would not dispute that. But the Prime Minister, we hear the golden touch, the Midas touch, but I would argue pretty much everything the Prime Minister touches is the opposite of the Midas touch or the gold touch. Pretty much everything he touches just is a disaster. And you look at even selling the gold. He sold low in a good time, so I don't know about that. Another one is the green bond. That's in the economic update. And I have the largest nuclear facility in the world, Bruce Power. It's a huge job creator. It's base load power for the Ontario grid. And unbelievably, to the shame of the Environment Minister, they left out nuclear power. There are so many jobs in Liberal-held ridings in Toronto and around the GTA. I can't believe that the members in that caucus would go for that. I would be furious. The idea of a green bond to reduce emissions, and look at in the province of Ontario, there were smog days 20 years ago. Anybody that lives around southwestern Ontario remembers those days. Those are gone, and it's because of nuclear energy. And to put it in with the tobacco and all the other things they put it in with, it's really an insult. And I've heard from a lot of nuclear power employees that are quite outraged by that. Another one is around COVID.
Il y a aussi les tests contre la COVID ou les vaccins contre la COVID. Moi, j'aimerais que le gouvernement nous dise exactement combien.
6 months. I estimate the value of this in the tens of millions of dollars, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars. The other thing is on COVID tests. This is another disaster, and I think I'm getting the time's up, so maybe it'll come up in questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, on the one hand, the member says that he's really concerned about the deficit and how bad we're doing on the deficit front. Yet the Conservative Party understood, at least at the time, to say that we needed to spend the billions of dollars to support businesses and people of Canada, and recognize that. Even in his speech, he somewhat recognizes that. You can't have it both ways. You can't say that you're spending all this money to support Canadians, and at the same time then criticize that we had to borrow some money in order to be able to spend that money. And the question I have for the member is, he was taking his cheap thoughts, his cheap shots at the some of the government expenditures. I wonder if he endorses his leader, his current interim leader, when she had purchased a bed and some bed sheets for $8,000. Was that a wise expenditure from the leader of the opposition party?
Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
I thank the question from the always cheery member across the way. But what I would say is that times have changed. Obviously, the economic realities in 2020, this time of 2 years ago to today, are different. The Liberals are still stuck in 2020 times. I hear the health minister every day get up and talk. That's not what the realities are. The realities are today, small business wants to be open, restaurants want to be open, the tourism industry wants to be open, and the Liberal, even at the airports and crossing the border, ArriveCan. How many members of Parliament in here have issues with constituents with ArriveCan? It's time to realize it's 2022 and we've got to get the economy open and support small business.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Rimouski nežet Témiscouata Basque, Madam Speaker. I was pleased to hear the speech from my colleague. Well, he spoke of the fact that Canada decided to throw out some vaccines which cost millions of dollars, potentially. The question is, in the past, Canada had many big companies, biopharmaceuticals and research companies in Quebec and in the Greater Montreal region. Madam Speaker, the only G7 country that didn't produce vaccines is Canada. And you know why? Because of cuts under the Harper government, cuts under the Martin government. And then these large pharmaceutical companies then left Canada because they didn't have enough subsidies. So could my colleague explain what he thinks of the fact that previous cuts from his government under Harper led to a situation where today there's the loss of tens of millions of dollars.
Member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, I think there's a bit of wishful thinking in there, but what I would say to that member is, what about ICU beds? Now, that is one tangible thing that would have made a difference in people who live in Quebec, people who live in my area. The government, the Liberal government, did not work with any of the provinces to really do anything on ICU beds and respiratory therapists, anything that would have helped somebody in the early days that have COVID, even somebody that gets COVID today. They have nothing to show for that. And I think that's a real unfortunate thing. We could have transformed some of the healthcare delivery in this country during the last 2 years, and we don't. And so there is the comment about vaccines, that's fair, but there's a lot of vaccines that have been thrown out, and I think that could have been better used for ICU beds or rapid tests. I mean, any city, you go to some of the cities in the US, they have rapid tests and PCR tests on every street corner. Where are we going to do that? We don't have that here, and that's a real shame.
For Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member for Huron-Bruce's speech. He talked a lot about inflation. What I don't hear from Conservatives too often is talking about the inflationary pressures of climate change. The war in Ukraine right now has sent oil and gas prices skyrocketing, but we know that in the future decades, the effects of climate change, water scarcity, the hits on agricultural lands, the conflicts that are going to arise from those pressures will continue to send oil prices high. And it's a very volatile energy source. It always has been. So my question to the member is, does he not realize the logical fallacy of the Conservatives chasing policies that are going to lead to more fossil fuel infrastructure being developed, which will contribute to climate change and contribute to more inflation in the future and put Canadians' livelihoods at risk?
Honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
I'm going to be careful what I say here because I'm counting on that member's support for my private member's bill this afternoon, so I'm not going to burn any bridges here at 10:30 in the morning. But all I would say is that look at the price of West Texas, look at the price of Brent crude. How much oil has not, I mean, pretty much the same amount of oil was produced in December as produced today. This is speculation in a lot of cases, and I think that's an issue. And we're just a small bit. We're 2%, and look at the rest of the world. So we can be leaders, but we need the rest of the world to come along with us.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provinchy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise in the House to have this opportunity to speak. And I want to start this morning by talking a little bit about my family. My wife, Irene, and I, we've got 3 amazing kids, a son and 2 daughters, and 10 grandchildren. We have more than tripled our investment, if you do the math, and that is what good Conservative policies can do. I love those kids, Madam Speaker. And one of the reasons I got into politics was because I love those kids and because I care about the future. And like every parliamentarian who's sitting in the House today, I know we want to leave the next generation off better than we are ourselves. And so we agree on that. We disagree on a lot of things, and we disagree passionately about things. And one of the things we disagree about is how we want to see Canada become a better place and how best to get there. And that's why we have these debates. They matter for our children's future. That's democracy. And like my colleagues, I'm proud to say that this bill, Bill C-8, is the wrong approach for Canada. It's the wrong approach for our children, and it's going to be the wrong approach for our grandchildren. You know, there's a story of the kid that went and bought a used football at a secondhand store, and he brought it up to the counter, and the man said to him, "That's $5." And he says, "Would you also like me to pump it up for you?" And the kid said, "Sure." The man got out a small little hand pump. A few seconds, the ball was inflated. "Okay," the man said, "all done. That'll be $10. $10, said the boy. "I thought you said 5. The man shrugged. "I'm sorry, that's the cost of inflation." Inflation, that's what Bill C is going to do. It's going to fuel the already out of control inflation in this country, because it's going to add more than $70 billion of new inflationary fuel onto the existing fire. And it is a fire. It's a raging fire of $1.2 trillion. And we need to address that. And that's, and what this bill will do is it's going to exacerbate it and increase, add fuel, further increase the deficit. It's going to increase our debt. And Canadians can't afford more inflation. The Director of Fiscal and Provincial Economics at Scotiabank, Rebecca Young, says, with the Canadian economy already at capacity and price pressures mounting, incremental spending, even if merited, could complicate efforts to keep inflation expectations moored. Inflation is already hurting Canadians. And Madam Speaker, I'm getting letters from across my riding to this effect. I went to the store today and I spent $200 on groceries, none of it even for meat. Butter is over $5. The price of gas is outrageous. Another said, I asked myself, do I pay for groceries or do I pay my hydro bill? How long can this continue? Folks shouldn't have to be making these types of decisions. Another one said, I have young adult children and grandchildren. I'm very concerned for them. The price of groceries, the price of living is so high. I feel and I worry for this younger generation. I'm reaching out to you in all this craziness and asking for advice. And she goes on to say, my husband and I, we live in your riding. We make a good living. At least we used to. We used to think of ourselves as middle class. Apparently that's not good enough anymore because my husband just got a second job. And we have 3 grown kids that live at our home because they can't afford to move out. So let's talk about why people can't afford to move out. Food prices, the most basic necessity of life. In a country as blessed and wealthy as Canada, nobody should ever go hungry. There is no reason why any man, woman, or child should go to bed hungry, go to school hungry, go to work hungry. And yet, more and more, this is a reality that Canadians are facing every day. And the reason is inflated food prices. I could stand up here and talk about percentages, but all you need to do is go to your grocery store, look at your bill. You know that prices just keep going up. Even if the price stays the same, and my wife has told me this recently when she's shopping, the prices are the same, but the packages are smaller, the portions are smaller, and the quantities are fewer. The prices haven't changed. It's the same old price. It's just what we're getting is not the same bang for our bucks as we did it just a year ago. Madam Speaker, the average Canadian family will pay an additional $1,000 a year for groceries this coming year. And as if that's not bad enough, in my riding, which is largely rural, it gets even more complicated. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a constituent told me the other day if they had not made significant changes, significant cuts to their weekly grocery bill, they'd be paying $1,000 more every 2 months. We're not talking luxury vehicles. We're not talking vacation homes. We're talking about something as basic as making sure that Canadians can put food on the table. And for too many Canadian families, too many Canadian seniors, that's getting harder and harder to do. We also know, Madam Speaker, that when the price of food goes up, the more expensive items, the really healthy foods like fruits and vegetables, they tend to be the first things to go up. And it's the first thing that gets cut out of the budget because they're just too expensive. And by the way, Madam Speaker, when these groceries goes up, who gets the money? Well, the government sure takes their share. And I don't have time this morning in this speech, but I could talk a long while on how the carbon tax has actually fueled inflation and damaged the average Canadian's affordability index. We know who doesn't get the money, and that's the average hardworking Canadian who is finding it harder and harder to get by, let alone get ahead. They claim that inflation is a worldwide phenomena, the result of international markets reacting to COVID, the global supply chain issues, and also the war in Ukraine. And I'm sure all those things do play a role, and that makes a very convenient smokescreen for this government. But let's look at the facts. Canada has the ability to feed itself. Canada has abundant resources, which should have resulted in affordable gas prices. But because of this Liberal government, it hasn't. There's no reason why we can't produce enough quality food for Canadians so that the prices are reasonable, and there's no reason that we can't ship it across Canada at a reasonable price. The only reason that neither of those things is happening right now is because of this government's policies. Let's also look at housing. Let's talk housing for a minute. When this Prime Minister took the average home price, when he came to office, the average home price in Canada, $435,000. Today, a mere 6.5 years later, the average home price is $810,000, a whopping 85% increase. That's what the Canadian Real Association's chief economist called the biggest gain of all time. Well, Madam Speaker, that's just inflation. Bloomberg reports that Canada has the second most inflated housing bubble in the world. In Toronto and Vancouver, the world's fifth and second most expensive housing markets, families are now spending 2/3 of their gross income on monthly mortgage payments for the average home. No wonder 53% of Canadian families are on the verge of not being able to pay their bills and service their debt. It's not just in our major cities, neither. I recently heard from two of my constituents, Joe and Skylar. They just had a baby, and like many Canadians, they're trying to save up money for a house. Now, this makes sense because renting where they live costs as much, if not more, than a mortgage payment. The issue is a down payment. When prices are inflated like this, that becomes an issue. The town where they live in, the average home price is about $400,000. So if they could get a minimum 5% down loan, that would be $20,000 they need to save up. That would be tough enough. But Joe's a contractor, self-employed, recently started his own construction company. Because he's self-employed, the bank says he needs 30% down. Well, how is Joe, a single income earner, supposed to save up $120,000? And that's in rural Manitoba, Madam Speaker. Imagine if they lived in Toronto or Vancouver, where the average home price is $1.5 million, $450,000 for a down payment for a self-employed individual. A home for their family, like so many Canadians, is fast becoming the impossible dream. Why? Because of just inflation. Just inflation is hitting home. It's hitting homes right across Canada. Instead of infusing another $70 billion to our existing $1.2 trillion of debt, we need a viable plan forward. And as Robert Aslan, Senior Vice President of Policy at the Business Council of Canada said, the right path is to grow the economy to pay for new spending measures, not the other way around. Madam Speaker, Canadians are finding it harder to make ends meet. To fill up one's car costs more, groceries are more, household items cost more. Simply put, inflation is causing everything to be more. Policies that are crippling families, crippling to farmers, crippling to truckers. And so I look at this bill, Madam Speaker, and I'll be honest, I don't think this is going to help. I don't think more spending is the answer. I don't think more regulation is the answer. It's not the cost of food or gas or housing that's the real problem, Madam Speaker. It's the cost of this government, the governments whose policies ensure that more dollars are chasing fewer goods. It's the fact that we have a government that says they want to help families, but what they really need to do is just get out of the way, Madam Speaker. Stop flooding the market with inflationary currency, get the deficit under control, reduce the debt, stop trying to control everything. Madam Speaker, this government needs to let Canadians live their lives, just get out of the way. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we've had a number of Conservatives talk about inflation, and what they fail to say is that when you compare Canada to the United States, Canada's inflation rate is below the United States. When you compare Canada's inflation rate to the G20 countries, on average, you will find that Canada's inflation rate is below the average G20, Madam Speaker. Canada's economic policies have been progressive, ensuring that Canadians' backs would be protected going through very difficult times. I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in terms of what supports does he believe should have been cut to address the concerns that he has raised in his comments.
The Honourable Member for Provencher, 30 seconds or less.
Wow. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Winnipeg North. And I anticipated that he would be eager with a question, and I would be really, really eager to provide him with an answer. But there is $600 billion that this Liberal government has spent in the last 2 years that is unaccounted for. And so I can't tell him where he should have spent less money because he won't tell us in the first place where he spent the money. It's time for this government to be honest and transparent with Canadians. Where's the cash?
The Honourable Member will have almost 4 minutes after question period to pursue with questions and comments. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal.
Madam Speaker, the use of the term apartheid to depict the state of Israel is offensive and absurd. Israel is Canada's close friend and ally. It is a vibrant democracy with members of its minority communities serving in parliament, the judiciary, and in all professions. Yet on Canadian college campuses, Jewish students have to deal with manifestations of intolerance, ranging from pro-BDS motions to the banning of kosher food affiliated with Israel. Recently, Erwin Kotler spoke at the University of Toronto, and he referred to the internationally developed IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. 45 faculty members wrote a letter claiming Kotler was promoting racism by using the IHRA definition. Imagine that, Madam Speaker. Our special envoy on anti-Semitism is accused of promoting racism by using a definition of anti-Semitism adopted by the Canadian and Ontario governments, as well as the US, the UK, France, and Germany. Special envoy Collar has a thick skin and can handle absurd claims, but our students shouldn't have to deal with such abuse. They should feel safe and comfortable on campus.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, this month marks 1 year since all long-term boil water advisories on reserve were supposed to have ended. Unfortunately, as we know, despite some positive strides taken by the government, they failed to meet this promise. Madam Speaker, of the 20 communities in Ontario currently affected, over half are in the Kenora riding. The residents of Northwest Angle 33, Bearskin Lake, Deer Lake, Fort Hope, Mishkegaugaming, Muskrat Dam, Nabinimik, Mishkantiga, Wawakapawin, Wiagamal Lake, North Spirit Lake, Sandy Lake, Sachigo Lake, and many more across the country are simply asking for a basic human right that is afforded to everyone else in this country. Madam Speaker, it is time that the government keeps its promise, and it's time that all of us work in this chamber to end all long-term drinking water advisories on reserve.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker.
to join the Meet and Greet Senior Club Mississauga to celebrate the launch of their book titled Our Experiences of COVID-19. Their book comprises the seniors' stories sharing how they coped with the isolation and challenges of the pandemic. Cette réussite n'aurait pas...
This success wouldn't have been possible if people hadn't taken their time to courageously describe the difficulties they endured during these past 2 years. Despite the many challenges, they persevered and created something positive by creating this book.
Seniors Club Mississauga is a tight-knit and active group. I am fortunate to see firsthand their vibrant energy and the joy they spread amongst one another. I want to acknowledge Dr. Saperwal, Chanda Patodia, Subhash Mudan, Urmila Bedi, as well as all the directors, volunteers, and participants who have made the Seniors Club what it is today. I would like to...
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, we are seeing a disturbing rise in hate in all its toxic forms in Canada. An alarming increase in racism, misogyny, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia, and transphobia. Stop Hate for Profit is an ongoing campaign to hold social media companies accountable for hate on their platforms. Social media must prioritize people over profit, and they must do it now. Meta and other social media companies must be responsible for the hate they've profited from. They must take down groups focused on white supremacy and hate and violent conspiracies and disinformation. They must monitor groups for hate speech and violence, and they must put substantial funding to support initiatives and organizations to fight racism, hate, and division. The convoy takeover of Ottawa shows how extremism and hate and disinformation thrive in this toxic environment. It is time to stop hate for profit. The future of our democracy depends on it.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Today, March 25th, is a very important day for Greeks across Canada and around the world. On this day, 201 years ago, Greece won back their independence from the Ottoman Empire during the Revolutionary War of 1821. Brave men and women, heroes, fought, many to their death, for the freedom of future generations of Greeks. Today, we honor and remember heroes such as Theodoros Kolokodroni, Laskarina Bouboulina, and Rigas Fereos, whose famous words were «Καλύτερα μιας ώρας ελεύθερη ζωή παρά 40 χρόνια σκλαβιά και φυλακή», which translates to, it's finer to live one life, 1 hour as a free man than 40 years as a slave and prisoner. We celebrate their victory, for we would not be where we are today if it were not for them. Χρόνια πολλά σε όλους τους Έλληνες. Ζήτω η Ελλάδα, ζήτω Καναδάς, ζήτω η 25η Μαρτίου.
Ζήτω.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, on Sunday, April 11, 2021, Fireman Lance Thistle of Gander Bay North Fire Department was driving on the Trans-Canada Highway near Lewisport Junction when he came upon a truck that had overturned in the ditch and landed in a body of water. he proceeded to enter the cold, waist-deep water to render assistance. He broke the window with his hand and a pocket knife, and with the eventual help of others, managed to help the victims keep their head above water. After cutting the seatbelts, they were able to extract them from the vehicle, and the Lewisport Fire Rescue rendered assistance when they arrived on the scene. By the time Lance returned to his vehicle, he could hardly feel his feet, so he proceeded to his destination in Norris Arm to get warm, dry clothes. Madam Speaker, I salute Mr. Thistle and all first responders for their bravery in serving our communities.
The honourable member for Kanata Carleton.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Kanata Carleton Indo-Canadians Association on their first Holi celebration event and extend my sincere thanks to Najmani Sharma for the kind invitation. Last weekend, Indo-Canadians from across Kanata Carleton gathered at their local community centre, danced, sang, and celebrated the start of the highly anticipated spring season. This year's Festival of Colours was one of the first times in over 2 years that our community has been able to gather and celebrate a special occasion together with friends. The Festival of Holi serves as a timely reminder of the ultimate triumph of light over darkness. It invites us to remain optimistic in our daily lives and remember that better days always lie ahead. As we emerge from the pandemic, we can all look forward to the year ahead, a year of more celebration, more togetherness with optimism and joy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Madam Speaker, 4 weeks after Vladimir Putin's latest illegal invasion of Ukraine, 2 facts are crystal clear. Putin's capacity for impunity knows no bounds, and the resolve and fortitude of Ukrainians is unparalleled. While in Poland last week, I witnessed firsthand the mass displacement Putin's military has unleashed. While heart-wrenching, the trip confirmed for me that Putin's atrocities have galvanized the international community like never before. At every town along the Polish-Ukrainian border, I was inspired to witness numerous humanitarian agencies and NGOs and to catch glimpses of countless individuals from around the world arriving to aid Ukrainians. At times like this, we must all resolve to ensure that our country continues to prove steadfast in supporting the government of Ukraine and that we do all we can to assist individual Ukrainians in their hour of need. Let it never be said that our country shirked from its response.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, Russia's aggression against Ukraine and the bombing of innocent civilians has touched the hearts of Canadians across the country. In my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, the outpouring of generosity has been overwhelming. As we speak, I'm working with Pastor Tim from Bethel Church, a sponsor organization, Ed Dixon from Loads of Love, who has people helping on the ground in Ukraine, and Luda Koloshenko, who is the executive director for the Canadian Ukraine Immigrant Aid Society, to facilitate 25 families to be hosted in our riding. More than $30,000 has been raised for aid, and the support keeps pouring in. We must stand with Ukraine in their time of need, to stand for democracy, to stand for freedom in the world, to help those who need the compassion of Canadians. I encourage the government to charter flights immediately to rescue those who have fled to neighboring nations. Together, we can be a force of good in dark times. Slava Ukraine.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Madam Speaker, it is with great sorrow that I rise in the House today to share with my colleagues and constituents the news of the passing of Laurie Cranton, who was the longtime councillor and warden for the county of Inverness. Laurie was passionate about serving his community. He dedicated himself to each project he took on and will be remembered fondly by all who are fortunate to work with him. On top of that, Madam Speaker, Laurie was a tireless advocate for accessibility. As a young man, Laurie was struck by a falling tree and left a quadriplegic from the accident. He did not pity himself, Madam Speaker, or seek pity from anyone else. What Laurie wanted was a more accessible and inclusive community for all. I'm very proud to have become friends with Laurie over the years as an MP, and I believe that we're in a better place because of the impact Laurie made on his community. My thoughts are with his loved ones at this difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to a 100-year-old World War II veteran, James Francis Edwards, also known as Stocky Edwards. A Saskatchewan native, Mr. Edwards joined the Royal Canadian Air Force out of college in 1942. Over the next 3 years, he became Canada's highest-scoring ace in the Western Desert Campaign, attributed with 19 confirmed kills and many more unconfirmed. He served in North Africa, Italy, and on the Western Front, and piloted historic planes like the P-40 Kitty Hawk, the submarine Spitfire, and the Hawker Tempest. He flew from the day he joined until VE Day and was never shot down. After the war, he continued to serve Canada for over 20 years, staying in the Air Force until 1972 to train and mentor the next generation. The country owes an irredeemable debt of gratitude. May his legend never be forgotten.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nearly 120 members of the 5e Régiment d'Artillerie Légère du Canada are now deployed on Operation Reassurance in Latvia. This regiment, stationed at the Valcartier military base in my riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, has participated in numerous missions since its creation in May 1968, including combat contingents in Kandahar, peacekeeping missions in Cyprus, Haiti, and Bosnia, and internal security missions, including the Oka crisis. This deployment to Latvia will last approximately 3 months, and the Canadian Armed Forces will conduct NATO-specific tasks, training, and exercises. This important support will help increase security and stability in Central and Eastern Europe. We are proud to have them join the other members already serving in this region. Thank you to our brave men and women who are always ready to serve. In the context of the invasion in Ukraine, your presence is of utmost importance. Have a good mission. The honourable member for Alfred Pellat. Madam Speaker, on March 26th, we will be celebrating Purple Day in support of epilepsy awareness. I invite all Canadians to dress in purple to raise awareness of this disease that affects more than 250,000 people in Canada. It's an opportunity to better understand how we can make a difference for people with epilepsy.
I would like this statement to honor the memory of Ryan Anthony Perotti, a 7-year-old boy from my riding who passed away victim of epilepsy. There are stories like this all across the country, but we never want it to happen again. Raising awareness on ways to deal with an epileptic attack and actions to take when faced with a seizure can be life-saving. On this Purple Day, let's wear purple and educate ourselves on the realities of epilepsy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
10,028. 10,028 children, all casualties of a brutal and protracted war, a genocide waged over generations against the First Nations of these lands. These kidnapped children, laid to rest in unmarked graves uncovered at just the first 11 out of 128 institutions, only just recently repatriated to their families and First Nations after decades of pain and generations of trauma. May these children, their families, and communities finally find peace in their final return home, and may those still searching find their own peace in the same. May the survivors, their families, and communities find the justice as First Nations leaders prepare to meet with Pope Francis next week, seeking a formal apology for the Catholic Church's role in residential schools and immediate actions, including returning land properties back to First Nations and investments in healing initiatives to ensure support for survivors and their descendants. And finally, may we in this House take our own responsibilities given the legacies of these atrocities and finally fully consider the same.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Madam Speaker, it is with great enthusiasm that I rise today to share with you my regional pride. For the third time in 10 years, the Université du Québec à Rimouski has taken the lead in the ranking of the best Canadian university in its research category. Founded barely 50 years ago, ICAR has quickly distinguished itself thanks to its 3 areas of excellence well anchored in local issues, namely marine science, regional development, and the North. It also conducts research in the natural sciences, humanities, social sciences, and health sciences. ICAR's triumph demonstrates once again that it is possible to conduct research of international scope in our regions, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to all of the students, researchers, and staff who made this achievement possible, and long live this great, small university.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, contrary to what the Minister of Health is saying, the federal government's insistence on the absolute necessity of vaccine mandates is not founded in science. Some Canadians choose to remain unvaccinated and always will. That's simply a fact. It was not an easy choice for them, but because of real anxiety about COVID vaccines, they have sacrificed their jobs and their ability to travel to see loved ones. Our Prime Minister shamefully labeled these Canadians as racist and misogynist, and he refused to apologize or even show a hint of decency and dignity. And that has been noticed all around the world. Regardless of how the Prime Minister feels about someone's personal choices, it's time to accept them. It's time to treat people with the dignity and respect. The provinces are following the science, the mandates are lifting, and we are all learning to live with COVID. On behalf of my constituents in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and all Canadians, I call upon the government to have compassion and immediately drop these punitive mandates.
Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Canadians across the country are helping Ukrainians in crisis. Our community in Ottawa is no different. Recently, I visited the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Ukrainian Orthodox Cathedral in Ottawa, where I saw dozens of volunteers collecting and sorting donations for the people of Ukraine. The energy was palpable. In the weeks since the illegal Russian aggression, the Ukrainian Canadian Congress's Ottawa branch have been organizing around the clock, collecting donations consisting of clothes, hygiene products, medical supplies, and supplies for shelter. In Ottawa, Speaker, over 300 volunteers helped to collect and sort a total of 85,000 pounds of donations, which were shipped to Poland and then to a Meast warehouse in Lviv in western Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I want to say a massive thank you to the organizers of this effort, Olenka Bastian, Vanessa Rushitnik, and the entire planning committee. While the impacts of this completely unjustifiable invasion have been global, so too our response to it. The people of Ottawa will continue to support Ukraine and the Ukrainian Canadian community. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orables.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the Health Minister apologized in this House after being bombarded by questions from the official opposition on when the federal vaccine mandates will be lifted. And I appreciate the Minister's gesture, Madam Speaker, but he did not answer any of our questions about when these health mandates will be lifted. And to quote the Minister, the member has the right to have access to all the information if he wants to continue to play a solid role as an MP. And I want to do that, Madam Speaker. I'll take him at his word. Will he table today for all members of this House the scientific studies and opinions which recommend that the NDP Liberal government continue to impose a vaccine mandate? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I'll say what I said yesterday. I have a great deal of respect for the work of my colleague, and I respect his personality as well. He does great work, not only within his Conservative caucus, and here in the House of Commons, and I'll always be there to help him do his work. And as I said, if he would like to have more information, more studies, he can, and with his critic, contact us, and we will continue to provide that information. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Madam Speaker, I was hoping he would table the documents here in this House so that all members could have access to the same information at the same time, and particularly to the scientific studies which have shown that this government had a recommendation to impose a vaccine mandate. But this week, Canadians learned that there's a new NDP Liberal government. There's an agreement that was signed behind closed doors. We have a few details that have been made public, but both government parties refused to make the full deal public, Madam Speaker. The Natural Resource Minister yesterday promised to increase our exports of oil to Europe by 300,000 barrels. Can the NDP Liberal government say that if it recognizes now, today, that Canada has an important role to play as a country that produces oil? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The situation in Ukraine highlights the importance of energy security for our allies in Europe and around the world. Our country does not have to worry in terms of its energy security, while Europe has to face this geopolitical challenge with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We're looking at all necessary measures to continue to make sure that there is energy supply that is safe in Canada and around the world. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, I'm happy to hear that the NDP side of this NDP Liberal government approves of that, Madam Speaker. Let's stick with natural resources. Canada has been and remains a major player in agriculture around the world. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is making waves in international markets. Prices are going up. There's a fertilizer shortage and prices are outrageous. Canadian farmers can help families around the world if the federal government supports them by eliminating barriers to production and to export. Will this NDP Liberal government finally show some leadership and offer our farmers the support, all the support that they need? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I've had the chance to sit with him on the Agriculture Committee, and our agreements with our farmers are very important. We're very aware of the situation in Ukraine, which was caused by President Putin. We are working with stakeholders to make sure that we can provide products at a reasonable price, and we'll have more news to share in the coming days.
For Calgary-Midnapore.
This NDP Liberal government has spent the last 7 years destroying the natural resources sector. Suddenly, after a world fuel crisis, they recognize the necessity of ethically produced oil and gas and have promised an extra 300,000 barrels per day. Bad news for this government. Due to their destruction of the sector and denying pipelines from being built, Canada will struggle to fill this demand. So when will this NDP Liberal government apologize to Ukrainians, apologize to Europeans, and apologize to Canadians for being so short-sighted?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the current situation in Ukraine underscores the importance of energy security of our allies in Europe and around the world, and our country is in a secure position in terms of energy supply. As Europe needs to address the geopolitical and socioeconomic challenges presented by the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, we're considering all measures to preserve energy supply chains in Canada and around the world. Madam Speaker, as the situation in Europe changes, we are working to ensure reliable energy supply to our allies in Europe, around the world, and it's recognized that we are doing the work necessary.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, not only did this government not build any pipelines, they eliminated hundreds of thousands of jobs in this sector. And to add insult to injury, they called it a just transition. Yet now, as Ukrainians suffer and Europe suffers from a fuel shortage, they've suddenly decided they can turn on the taps again and increase production. This is after thousands of Canadians lost their jobs, lost their homes, went bankrupt, and were also displaced. So I have a question for the minister. What is so just about that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I also want to clarify for the member opposite the role of oil here in Canada. As far as under our government, imported oil has consistently decreased to the lowest levels in 10 years. The majority of oil that's imported in Canada comes from the United States, 4 out of every 5 imported barrels.
Can we have order to listen to the answer to the question? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Some of the refineries in Ontario and Quebec import exclusively from the United States. We are working with Canadian energy workers to ensure the sector is supported today and in years to come.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, for years we have been asking the federal government to increase health transfers. The Conservatives they eliminated indexation, and the Liberals have continually refused to fix this situation. That means that the federal government's support has been going down year after year. While Quebec is forced to make difficult choices, the federal government is continuing to cut in health. That's very cynical, and there are people, real people, who are dealing with the consequences of that. Will the minister listen to Quebec and increase health transfers to 35% without conditions? The Honourable Health Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague, for the question. We are listening and we are working. We have been working for a number of months now on this. My colleague, the previous Minister of Health, has been working with the provinces and Quebec throughout the pandemic. We speak every week, and that's why we not only have a health transfer that is going to go up from $43 to $44 billion, but there was increased funding throughout the pandemic, along with the $3 billion for long-term care, along with the $3 billion for mental health, along with the $3 billion to protect those who want to stay at home and receive appropriate time. And I see that my time has run out. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The National Assembly is unanimous. Health transfers need to go up without conditions. Quebec knows what it needs. Everyone in Quebec understands this, except for the federal Liberals and the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, because they think they know better. They think they know what the government of Quebec should be doing. They're health experts. How many federal family doctors are there? Or how many federal nurses are there? Listen, Madam Speaker, increasing health transfers to 35% without condition. Annual indexation, the Honourable Minister of Health.
Merci.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This allows me to highlight the role and the importance and the good work of a federation that has been working together over the last 2 years. In Canada, the reason that we've come out of the pandemic better than other countries is because we have been able to take advantage of a federation where governments have been working together to deliver vaccines, to deliver rapid tests, to deliver billions of pieces of personal protection equipment, and we've been able to offer help to people who need it. $8 out of 10 to pay for the pandemic has come, Madam Speaker, from the strength of our federation.
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
The horrific images of the war in Ukraine have been brutal to watch. Yet at the same time, the war in Yemen has raged for 7 years. Over 10,000 children have been killed, the country's economy has collapsed, and millions are facing hunger. Canada continues to export weapons to Saudi Arabia despite those weapons being used in Yemen. In fact, the United Nations Human Rights Council has twice named Canada as one of the states fueling this war. Canada must stop exporting weapons to Saudi Arabia. Will the minister commit to doing this?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada remains deeply concerned about the situation in Yemen and supports a political solution as the only way to end the ongoing conflict and horrendous humanitarian crisis. The Government of Canada is committed to a stronger and more rigorous arms export system. This is why we acceded to the Arms Trade Treaty. Human rights considerations are now at the center of our export regime. Madam Speaker, I, as Minister, will deny any permit application where there's a substantial risk of human rights violation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Madam Speaker, on Monday, the Minister said he won't privatize Via Rail. But I'm confused because he just put out a call for a private operator to operate rail on the Quebec-Windsor corridor. To maximize profits, the private operator will get to, and I quote, set train schedules, fare strategies, and service standards. This is going to cost Canadians. If it sounds like privatization, and it looks like privatization, it's probably privatization. Why won't the minister admit it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. The high-frequency train is the biggest infrastructure project that Canada has seen in decades, and it will be built. With our call for interest, we're looking for industry expertise that has experience putting in place major products so we get the best result for Canadians. Via Rail is at the heart of this project, and we will work in collaboration and partnership with the private sector throughout the process. We will make sure that workers and their benefits are respected. Thank you, and I thank my colleague for his question.
Member for Foothills.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a global food crisis is emerging, and Canadian farmers want to help. But Liberal policies like a farm-killing carbon tax, trucking mandates are handcuffing Canadian farmers who are already facing skyrocketing input costs on things like fertilizer. A 35% tariff on purchases of fertilizer from Russia is going to hurt. As we get ready for the spring planting season, farmers need certainty. Will fertilizer purchased from Russia before March 2nd be exempt from this tariff? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Honourable's question. We've heard from stakeholders that it's an important issue. We are analyzing the impacts on our local farmers to ensure that they do have access to fertilizer, and we will work with our partners to come to a reasonable solution. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
When asked about the farm-killing carbon tax, the Agriculture Minister suggested practices that farmers have adopted for decades. Crop rotation. Are you serious? Clearly, the NDP Liberal government does not understand Canada's role in food security and sustainability. Farmers don't need the Agriculture Minister robbing their bank accounts to be sustainable. They've been proudly protecting the environment for generations. Again, how much is the NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition going to cost Canadian farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Honourable Member's question. There's one issue where the Honourable Member could support us, and that's passing C8. In the NC8, there's a rebate program for farmers to get a rebate on the price on pollution, and that's an action that his party could do right away. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, Madam Speaker, rural Canadians can't afford the carbon tax. Fertilizer and fuel costs have doubled in 2 years. The Bank of Canada said the carbon tax hikes inflation. And farm businesses already paid $14,000 a year in carbon taxes when it was at $20 a ton. But in less than a week, it'll go up 150% more than that and only increases from there. So the Liberals claim rebates cover the costs, but the PBO said the carbon tax is, quote, a net loss for Canadians. Will the NDP Liberals at least stop their April 1st increase or do what they really should do and just axe the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this side of the House,
Do I have a point of order from the Honour?
Madam Speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and we thank the Parliamentary Budget Officer for his work, which confirms that the price on pollution has a progressive impact and gives 8 out of 10 families more back through the climate action incentive rebates than they pay. Putting a price on carbon pollution is recognized as one of the most efficient ways to drive down emissions and fight climate change, Madam Speaker. And I would point out the Conservative member for New Brunswick Southwest is on the record saying his province should go back to using the federal carbon price. We agree with him, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, Saskatchewan is the breadbasket of the world and leads the country in production of wheat, canola, and many other crops. That takes fertilizer, lots of fertilizer. According to Fertilizer Canada, this government's announcement to ration fertilizer by 30% will cost Canadian farmers $48 billion in lost income. Wow. Madam Speaker, why did this government refuse to consult with Saskatchewan before announcing its plan to ration fertilizer?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, obviously we're all concerned with the situation of what's happening in Ukraine. Putin's illegal war is causing consequences on everyone around the world, and it's causing consequences for farmers here locally. We are working with the sector to ensure that we can come up with a reasonable solution. And we're analyzing the impacts on our farmers, and I'm sure that we will have something to say very shortly, but we are working with the sector to ensure that we have fertilizer in Canada.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, in preparation for spring planting of corn, soybeans, canola, and wheat, farmers need an immense amount of fertilizer, a product facing severe supply chain issues and high tariffs. Mr. Luke Barron, a farmer in Schomberg, Ontario, is struggling to afford the increased cost of fertilizer and worries about being able to plant. What is this government doing today to ensure fairness for farmers so they can plant their crops and let Canadians enjoy the benefits of homegrown farm-to-table harvest?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I've said before, the illegal war of Putin in Ukraine is having definite consequences around the world, including here in Canada. We are working with the sector with regards to the impacts it's having on fertilizer, and we will continue to work with the sector to come up with a solution that works for our local farmers here in Canada.
The honourable member for Dauphin-Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, Ukraine is a breadbasket of Europe, and Putin's war is fueling global food insecurity. Canadian farmers want to maximize crop production to keep feeding the world, but this NDP Liberal government is threatening our potential by pushing forth new fertilizer restrictions. Now more than ever, Canada should be encouraging crop growth, not restricting it. That's right. So why is this NDP Liberal government reducing our potential to feed the world by adding more taxes and regulations onto Canadian farmers?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to have many questions on the importance of fertilizer and the role it plays in Canada, and especially the importance of food security in Canada. Again, this is caused by Putin's illegal war, and we are working with the sector, as I've said before, to come up with a solution, and we will continue to work with Fertilizer Canada and its members to come up with solutions that work for our local farmers. Thank you.
Good job. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, Ottawa says that it wants to protect the French language, but it's taking BC's Francophones to court just because they want support for French programs. Francophones won in court to force the province to serve them in French, but the federal government is going to appeal that decision. At the heart of the conflict is the fact that Ottawa signed a labour market agreement with the province without thinking for 1 second about requiring services in French be maintained. Does the minister understand that the future of French means more services in French, not less, and it doesn't mean taking Francophones to court? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, we took the difficult decision of asking for authorization to appeal this decision before the Supreme Court of Canada. We don't take this decision lightly. Our government is committed to strengthen the Official Languages Act. That is something that we did with Bill C-13. Unfortunately, we do not agree with certain aspects of the court's decision, which could or put in danger support for certain programs that benefit over 80,000 people in BC every year. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, let's continue to talk about Francophones outside of Quebec. In the last budget, the government promised $40 million for post-secondary education in French. A year later, none of these schools have seen any money, and the fiscal year ends in 6 days. Instead of sending the money, the minister is blaming the provinces. She says that she can't do anything because of jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, it's a very sad situation. The Liberals only recognize the existence of jurisdiction when it is to their benefit and when they want to use that excuse to not serve Francophones. When will the minister pay? We need a date. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, as Minister of Official Languages, I'm very happy that on March 1st I was able to table our bill to modernize the Official Languages Act. We will have a stronger act. In terms of the 2021 budget, $80 million over 3 years was promised, and announcements are coming very soon.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, the failure of this government to secure a deal on softwood lumber for 7 years is having a domino effect on people's lives. A representative from the BC Council of Forest Industries testified at the Trade Committee that a lack of a deal is helping to increase inflation. This is leaving Canadian lumber costs soaring and the prices of housing construction skyrocketing. Is the NDP Liberal minister actually interested in securing a softwood lumber agreement because trees are growing faster in British Columbia than the minister's speed at securing an agreement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member raises an issue that has been of great importance for the government for the last number of years, and I can assure the member that it is something in which we'll continue to monitor and to do the very best we can at protecting the industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similklin and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, housing costs are out of control. Toronto is up 36%, Montreal 20%, Vancouver 21%, and it's clear the Liberals' plan to help good wage earners get out of their parents' basement is not working. Conservatives want to ban foreign ownership, dedicate federal properties for housing, and create density around federal transit projects. The NDP Liberals rejected all that. Since the NDP Liberals believe that Canadians are only good at convening, will they at least take the advice of Canadian realtors to convene all levels of government and the private sector to get a real plan for housing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we are the first government to have put in place a national housing strategy. I am very surprised to see that last week a member of the official opposition said that we would need to leave that strategy. Madam Speaker, we're convinced on this side of the House that we have a solid plan to deal with affordability in the housing sector.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, business people in my riding of Langley Aldergrove, and indeed right across Canada, are deeply concerned that inflation is not transitory like this government likes to say, but is becoming deeply embedded in our economy. A farmer told me just recently that the cost of getting their specialty products from Langley to Calgary, Alberta has doubled from $3,200 per truckload to $6,000. Madam, this is completely unsustainable. When will this government get serious and start looking and tackling the root causes of inflation in our economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we understand, Madam Speaker, apologies, Madam Speaker, we understand that inflation in Canada, while it's concerning at 5.7%, we are taking actions to increase affordability, and we know that we're under the average in the U.S., 7.9%, the OECD average is 7.2%, but we're also doing what it takes to be there for businesses, and I'm proud that Canadians, through their resilience during the pandemic, have actually created more businesses today than there were before the pandemic, but I'll keep working with members like the member from Langley Aldergrove to find solutions for businesses and for farmers and for all Canadians.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Just inflation is making life more expensive, yet instead of working to give Canadians a break, the NDP Liberal government did the opposite, defeating a Conservative motion to give Canadians a gas tax holiday. With gas prices soaring by a third and with a 25% carbon tax hike, why does this NDP Liberal government insist on punishing Canadians at the pump?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, while we understand that rising energy costs is impacting Canadians, I think we all need to recognize that the carbon price itself accounts for about 8.8 cents per litre, and it's revenue neutral, which means 8 out of 10 families in Canada actually get more money back than what that costs them. With regards to the opposition motion, I gave a 15-minute speech about all the affordability measures that our government has taken, and I would note that all parties voted against that idea.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, toxic dumps, tainted drinking water, and the climate crisis disproportionately hurt racialized, Indigenous, and marginalized communities. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed to act. They've failed to honour Indigenous rights, failed on climate, and failed
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Shefford. I'm not hearing any interpretation. Madam Speaker.
Again, is interpretation working? Perfect. The honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, toxic dumps, tainted drinking water, and the climate crisis disproportionately hurt racialized, Indigenous, and marginalized communities. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed to act. They've failed to honour Indigenous rights, failed on climate, and failed to support communities left with a toxic mess. The U.S. has had an Office of Environmental Justice since the 90s. This is one of Canada's Green Budget Coalition's top priorities. Will the government create an Office of Environmental Justice to protect Canadians and their communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm so grateful for the question, actually, because the member raises something that is critically important, and it should be important to all Canadians, but certainly is important to our government, and that is the connection between the environmental destruction that we've seen in Canada and around the world and the disproportionate impacts it has on Indigenous people. I was, for example, in Wabasamong just recently. That's a neighboring community to Grassy Narrows. They told me about the mercury poisoning that's affected their community members. Our government is committed to working with communities to protect them from ongoing environmental racism and to protect them as they recover from these experiences. Thank you.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, since the release of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls in 2019, the Liberals still have not released a national action plan with targets, timelines, and funding to address this ongoing genocide. Yet rates of violence have dramatically increased during the pandemic, and this Liberal government keeps stalling. Our lives are valuable. We are not disposable. When will this government implement a national action plan with timelines and the resources to address this crisis and save lives?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. Reconciliation is a journey, not a destination, and we all must walk on this journey. I thank the member for her intervention. Our government has put $2.2 billion over the past 5 years. Over the next 4 years, we will have a chance to pass 4 budgets to make sure that tangible benefits are in place and tangible results are in place for grassroots Indigenous women at the community level. And I look forward to working with the member opposite on what we can do moving forward to make lives better for Indigenous women all across Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Madam Speaker, this House has stood unanimously in our condemnation of Vladimir Putin's illegal and unjustifiable further invasion of Ukraine. Canada has been a leader in the global response, as we saw yesterday, when the Prime Minister announced sanctions on an additional 160 Russian officials for their complicity in these heinous acts. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs tell this House how our aggressive sanctions are putting pressure on the Putin regime?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleagues.
Can we have order to listen to the answer?
We want to hear her thank
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his important question. This is a matter obviously important for all members in this House. President Putin's war on Ukraine is a war on freedom and democracy, and on the rights of Ukrainians and all people to determine their own future. We announced yesterday sanctions against 160 members of the Russian Federation Council. When we impose sanctions, we're making assets useless, and we were depriving them of any value. And going against these sanctions is a criminal offense. We'll continue to suffocate the Putin regime.
Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Madam Speaker, yesterday at Public Safety Committee, Ottawa Chief of Police Steve Bell confirmed that no firearms were found during the clearing of the Ottawa protests. We also learned that an arrest was made concerning a disturbing arson attempt and that the accused had no connection to the protests. The NDP Liberal government have told Canadians that the protesters were responsible for this heinous crime and that they were armed. The evidence says otherwise. Will the Minister of Justice take responsibility on behalf of his government and acknowledge that they were spreading misinformation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of
Speaker,
Public Safety.
First, I'd like to thank all law enforcement officers who were involved in clearing the blockades. In actual fact, the Ottawa interim chief yesterday stated that information and intelligence was received around the existence of firearms within the precinct. Investigations relating to weapons continue, and no charges have been laid to date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
According to the Polera report on racism at IRCC, some immigration officers consider immigrants from racialized countries to be, quote, corrupt, untrustworthy, or just wanted to come to Canada to collect social insurance. The Caregivers program has been plagued with backlogs and ignored by the immigration minister. Applicants from work permits have expired while their applications are lost in this Liberal-made backlog. Why are caregivers being stranded in the backlog? Is it because the minister also thinks they're just corrupt and untrustworthy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I thank the member for his question, and I sat at the same committee, and I certainly appreciate his advocacy on all the questions that he's raised. But I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker. There's zero tolerance for racism and discrimination in all aspects and all the programs that we want to deliver. And the member very much know that there's been tangible actions that are happening in real time right now within our ministry, and I will be happy to follow up on his questions. Merci.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, actually, no action has been taken on racism. Systemic racism is rampant in IRCC under this NDP Liberal government and is playing a role in the historic Liberal-made backlog. Neither the backlog nor racism are being addressed, and we know this because not a single person has been reprimanded or fired for racist behavior as the backlog continues to rise. Yesterday, we found out IRCC managers even got bonuses, the same managers that are accused of racism. But this is the Liberal government's legacy of rewarding bad behavior. Why should any newcomer or their family trust this minister to do his job?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I apologize earlier, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Let me be very clear to this chamber. We have zero tolerance for racism and discrimination of any kind. And that's why IRCC has already worked hard to address racism and create real change, lasting change. We've already made significant progress from our anti-racism task force to new training to address unconscious bias. There's still much more things to do, and we will continue working hard to eradicate all forms of discrimination and build an open, fair, and inclusive immigration system.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, it's no surprise that it's bloody cold in Edmonton in the winter, except to Service Canada, who is making seniors and the vulnerable wait outside the office for up to an hour before being led inside, because this government says it's unsafe for them to be inside because of COVID. We have masking mandates in federal buildings. We have high rates of vaccination, yet this government is making the vulnerable wait outside in the freezing cold. When will this Liberal government end their COVID theatrics, follow the science, and get back to serving Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You've been mistreated a couple of times, and I'm sorry for that. Now, Madam Speaker, this is a connection to Service Canada, which I like very much. I used to be Minister responsible for Service Canada, and I still remember how hard the workers at Service Canada work every day. It's been very difficult for them over the last 2 years, difficult because of the family and professional stress. I think we all want to thank and congratulate them for their work and continuing to do so.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-de-Mille-Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ottawa says it would like to protect French, but it does not care about Francophone veterans. In 2018, an application for disability benefits made in English was processed in 19 weeks, whilst the same application in French took 52 weeks. In 2022, what has changed? Well, this week, independent analysts from the Library of Parliament reveal that the delays are the same in English, but in French, brace yourself, it now takes 76 weeks for Francophones. 76 weeks. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Oh, yeah, the Honourable Minister.
What's going on here? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We recognize that more needs to be done to ensure that Francophone veterans receive decisions on their applications in a timely manner. That's why we established a dedicated Francophone unit to improve processing. We've hired more Francophone and bilingual staff to further reduce wait times to Francophone veterans. With our nearly $200 million investment, we have reduced the backlog by 40%, and I can assure my honourable colleague, we will continue to work and make sure we reduce it even further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister tabled figures at the Veteran Affairs Committee claiming that processing times for applications in French had decreased by 10%, but independent analysts confirm that it is worse than ever and that Francophones are now waiting 76 weeks. Witnesses have even told us that officials are advising veterans to apply in English because the situation is so dire. That is how the federal government serves Francophones. Will the Minister explain why his figures are being contested and why Francophones are being abandoned?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I indicated to my honourable colleague, we have hired more Francophone employees and bilingual employees to make sure that we reduce the backlog. That's why we invested $200 million and just previously another $140 million to make sure that we continue to reduce the backlog and to make sure with the more Francophone and bilingual employees, we will make sure that the Francophone applications are reviewed in an appropriate manner. We are making sure this is done appropriately because the veterans truly deserve it.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to do a point to say that it's not the federal government that's against the Francophones, it's the Liberals that are against it. Le Droit stated that the federal government wants to bring Francophones to the Supreme Court. How can the Minister for Official Languages accept and approve this from a government who is attacking Francophones and is blocking their access to Francophone services in British Columbia, Madam Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Madam Speaker, as I explained earlier, we support Francophone communities throughout Canada, as well as the Anglophone community in Quebec. Bill C-13, for example, will entrench our protection and our support for official languages in this country. The precedent from this decision could affect Canada's government to sign agreements with provinces and territories in every domain. We should not confuse different aspects. Our commitment towards official languages is firm, and we look forward to see what C-13 has to offer. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Official Languages. This government has talked about, is saying one thing on one side and another thing on the other side. The Minister for Official Languages say that she's defending the Francophonie, but then the Minister for Justice refuses the Federal Appeals Court decision and wants to bring Francophones back to the Supreme Court. This is hypocrisy in the highest. Perhaps the Minister for Official Languages will respect Francophones for once and will stop this process in front of the courts. The Honourable Minister for Justice. Madam Speaker, we've made the difficult decision to appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada in this affair. We do not take this decision lightly. Our government has committed itself to strengthening the Official Languages Act, which is what we've done with Bill C-13. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we do not agree with certain parts of the Federal Appeals Court decision that could jeopardize supporting training and labour that 80,000 people from British Columbia obtain now.
Last year, a week into the Atlantic mackerel season, a confused DFO closed it. Then a few days later, they opened it. Then fishermen landed their quota within about 2 days in locations where mackerel are not traditionally found. DFO has not assessed the stock off the Scotian shelf in more than a decade, yet they continue to cut the quota. The NDP Liberal government just closed the healthy Pacific herring stocks against the science. Holy mackerel, will this government start listening to fishermen, or are they just incompetent?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you for that question, Madam Speaker. I have taken many opportunities to be on wharfs, to listen to fishers, to listen to the boat owners, to listen to the processors, and my goal is to build a healthy and sustainable and growing fish and seafood sector. And for that, we need sustainable stocks. So there is no decision at this point on mackerel stocks, but I can assure the member that while conservation is the baseline for future growth of the stock.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking of jurisdictions, after a decade of neglect of Canada's space industry by the Harper Conservatives, our government on this side has reinvested in it. In fact, the National Capital Region is a growing hub for this innovative sector. Indeed, helping Canada gain a unique perspective on our planet, support science, and develop groundbreaking applications and services. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I see that the Conservatives are very enthusiastic today, but first of all, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her work, Madam Speaker. Earlier this year, I announced it's a good thing that you're applauding her because she does excellent work. At the beginning of the year, Madam Speaker announced the release of the Canadian Strategy for Satellite Earth Observation, a landmark program that will create jobs, stimulate growth, and help us better understand our planet and our universe, Madam Speaker. This strategy is designed to provide useful...
Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Tax season is a very stressful time for many Canadians, especially seniors who rely on paper packages to file because they don't have access to digital options. This year, on top of having their GIS clawed back, many working seniors are now facing the prospect of filing late because this government's incapable of sending out timely or accurate T4s, affecting seniors like Rosemary in Calgary. Madam Speaker, when can Canadian seniors expect to receive their accurate tax information, and will this government extend the filing date for financially at-risk seniors?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The CRA understands that this has been a stressful time for seniors. While paper T4A forms were initially misprinted, the digital copies given to the CRA have been accurate since the start of tax season. Impacted seniors can file online at any time using these digital documents. There is therefore no plan to extend the tax filing deadline at this time. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, my riding of Niagara is the #1 leisure tourism destination in this country. Yet since April of 2020, there has been zero representation from Niagara on Destination Canada's Board of Directors. That means through the whole pandemic, which has hit our national tourism sector the hardest, Niagara has been without a voice at the table, despite there being 2 vacancies right now in need of appointment. Does no one in this NDP Liberal government understand the significance of Niagara to Canada's tourism economy? When will they reappoint someone from Niagara to Destination?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Niagara is a beautiful part of this country, and we are absolutely looking forward to welcoming tourists to Niagara and to tourism destinations right across Canada. In fact, just recently, Destination Canada was thrilled by our announcement to change our border measures. We are opening up to the world, Madam Speaker. Tourists are coming back, and Destination Canada is going to play a key role in that, and I and the Minister will work with Destination Canada to complete the Board of Directors appointments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Moose Mountain. Surrey Moose Mountain, yes.
Madam Speaker, a lack of federal consultation with the province of Saskatchewan resulted in a massive cost increase over RCMP retroactive pay. Provinces fund 70% of RCMP policing costs, yet the federal Liberals refused input from the provincial government on the issue, despite an agreement requiring collaboration. Rural communities, villages, towns, and cities across the province cannot afford this. When will the government stop ignoring Saskatchewan, fulfill their commitments, and actually give these communities a much-needed break.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the
Thank you, Madam
Minister of Public
Speaker.
Safety.
The administration of justice, including policing, is the responsibility of provinces and territories. They are the ones that are best placed to choose the policing services that meet the needs of their communities. The current policing services agreement between the RCMP and provinces and territories and municipalities at the time it was negotiated included consultation with parties like the province of Saskatchewan. We support Saskatchewan. We are continuing to work with provinces like Saskatchewan to deal with the new contract that was signed by the RCMP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, he does. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
While COVID-19 remains a significant issue in the global south, my question is to do with tuberculosis. And last year, more than 4 million people globally were diagnosed with tuberculosis, and they were diagnoses where it was missed by health services, fueling preventable deaths. I'd like to mention Dr. Paul Farmer when I'm speaking of tuberculosis, as he died last month, a distinguished doctor and researcher who devoted his life to ending this scourge. But my question is for our Minister of International Development. Could you please tell us what Canada is doing to help countries in the South address the
Honourable Minister of International Development.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Aurora Oak Ridge, Richmond Hill for her advocacy on this very important issue. And the member, yes, her hard work as well. Thank you very much. I'm glad you acknowledge that. There you go. And the member is right. Tuberculosis is second only to COVID-19 as the world's leading infectious disease killer. That's why yesterday during World Tuberculosis Day, I had the pleasure of announcing an $11 million investment to TB Reach before a group of volunteers of Results Canada and other advocacy groups. TB Reach initiatives increase the ability to detect and treat tuberculosis in vulnerable populations, including dedicated focus on vulnerable women and girls, people living with HIV/AIDS, social and economically disadvantaged groups, and migrant workers. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Federal courts are not being maximized to their full potential, which is adding to costs and limiting opportunity in communities like mine. Port Alberni has the only deep-sea port on the west coast of Vancouver Island and has been advocating for federal support to develop a floating dry dock. Yet Canada doesn't have a program to build floating dry docks in federally regulated ports or in rural communities. Will the government finally develop a national floating dry dock fund to support local economies and workers in communities like mine?
Yeah. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As you know, the Minister for Transport has worked on a number of files since he got to this portfolio with regards to ports, notably, and I will do a follow-up with him with regards to his riding. Thank you.
And that's the end of oral questions. We have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Edmonton West. Yes.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Point of order rising in a question period. We heard the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance repeat the myth of the neutral carbon tax. I'd like to table page 18 of volume 1 of the most recent public accounts that shows $250 million was raised to the GST on the carbon tax. It was also not given back, but also proceeds were used from the carbon tax for federal programming.
Will member have unanimous consent to table this one? No. There's no unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The other day during a debate, the member from Battlefield, Crowfoot, was heckling me while I was trying to speak. Today, the same member heckled the member from Oakville in the House. I'd like to try and assist this member to try and refrain from exercising his misogyny and remind him that it's not appropriate to heckle women in the House, and I'd like him to apologize to the member from Oakville. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the the honourable member for raising the point of order, and actually it's not appropriate to heckle, period, but definitely and certainly not women colleagues. I think I don't see the honourable member, nobody raising, but I do advise members to refrain from heckling at all times. Orders. A point of order being raised by rappel au règlement de la...
Point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, it's the first time that I rise in the House to make a point of order. I have to admit, I'll be echoing my opposition colleague. The opposition says they want to defend official languages, but when they yell in the House like this, there's no respect for the interpreters who are trying to provide interpretation. My first language is French, and when I can't hear because the opposition members are yelling, that's no respect for the interpreters who are trying to translate what's happening here in the House. Thank you to the honourable member for the point of order. And I'll repeat what I said earlier. Heckling and in the House is never welcome, especially regarding how it affects our interpreters and the discomfort it produces.
Ordre du jour. No.
Dépôt des documents. Dépôt des... Tabling of documents.
Documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 17 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
I wasn't in the chair. Does the honourable member have... No. It's okay. Table. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Annan, seconded by Ms. Pettipat-Taylor. Ms. Annan for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Pettipat-Taylor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act and to authorize certain payments to be made out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Cette motion est réputée.
This is deemed adopted.
Quand est-ce que ce projet de...
When shall this... Nope.
Okay. Madame Freeland appuie.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Pettipat-Taylor, moves that this bill now be read a first time and printed. This is deemed adopted.
Lecture de ce projet de loi.
À la prochaine. Quand est-ce que ce projet...
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Okay, so we're done here. And now we're going to statements by ministers. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this place to present a petition from more desperately concerned residents of Ottawa who are appalled to find that a local decision will result in cutting down hundreds of mature trees in Queen Juliana Park within the city limits of Ottawa in order to build 17 acres of parking, a public-private development plan, a four-story parking structure on parts of what are now Queen Juliana Park. The petitioners are seeking the federal government's help. They ask that I relate to this House that these undersigned citizens of Canada call on the government to restore the National Capitals Commission's recommendation of a different location, Tunney's Pasture, as the ideal site for the new Ottawa Hospital, to preserve Queen Juliana Park and the entire Central Experimental Farm as green spaces, and to support the request of an independent expert panel in order to have a public inquiry into why the National Capital Commission's original recommendation was quickly and summarily reversed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor today to table a petition on behalf of volunteer firefighters from Parksville, Qualicum, Bowser, Cumberland, Courtenay, and Port Alberni and Sprout Lake and Cherry Creek. And they're citing that they're calling on volunteer firefighters. They cite that volunteer firefighters account for 83% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. In addition, Madam Speaker, approximately 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year. Now, currently, they outline that the Tax Code of Canada allows a volunteer firefighter and search and rescue volunteer to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. That works out to a mere $450 a year, and we know they work and volunteer more than 200 hours, Madam Speaker. So they're calling on the government, and it's timely given that there could be a budget announced in the next couple of weeks, that they support Bill C-201, and they call for the government to increase that tax exemption from $3,000 to $10,000 to help our essential volunteer firefighters and volunteer search and rescue people across the country, including in Ucluelet and Tofino, who I forgot to mention, Madam Speaker, and we're all grateful for these first responders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey-Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, I'm presenting a petition today on behalf of constituents and Canadians right across the country with respect to diffuse intrinsic protein glioma, DIPG. It's an aggressive brain tumor found in the brain stem. It slowly takes away all vital functions while cognitive functions remain intact, but it makes the child a prisoner in their own body. It's inoperable and incurable with a 0% survival rate. It's the second most common malignant brain tumor in children and the leading cause of brain tumor deaths in children. The petitioners are calling upon the House of Commons and the government to declare May 17th of every year as National DIPG Day of Awareness here in Canada, and they're hoping that this declaration will educate the public about the disease, encourage funding to support ongoing research, increase dialogue in the professional medical community, and further publicize and promote Canada's involvement in this fight against DIPG. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to rise in this place and present a petition about an issue that is incredibly important. Madam Speaker, I have heard from many constituents who are concerned about the possibility of the weaponization of things like someone's values when it comes to access to government services. And specifically, I have a whole host of Canadians from across the country, specifically from the Thunder Bay area, that have shared with me a petition that calls upon the Parliament of Canada to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another, quote, values test, and to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. Madam Speaker, these Canadians are incredibly concerned about the precedents that have been set by this Liberal government, and it's an honour to stand on their behalf and present this petition today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure that I table a petition that is really important for the thousands of people this month that have shown up at the Manitoba Legislature on 3 separate occasions to be able to act as one in solidarity of what's taking place in Ukraine. And what they're asking for, Madam Speaker, in signing this petition is for the government to encourage ongoing support for things like lethal aid, humanitarian aid, that Canada continue to open its arms for refugees of Ukrainians that are being displaced because of the horrors of what's taking place in Ukraine, and also to consider if it's possible for us to look into the issue of no-fly zones. So it's with pleasure I table this petition today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Tabling petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Questions 314 to 316. And furthermore, if the government's responses to question number 313 could be made an order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que la question...
Does it please the House that this be made a document and that the document be tabled immediately?
Il est ainsi convenu.
So agreed and ordered.
Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
So agreed. Orders of the day.
Order Government Projet de loi Government orders, government bills, common report stage of Bill C8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to everyone. It's an honor for me to rise in the House today once again.
By acknowledging that we are all on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation and express our deep appreciation for their patience as we remain on unceded territory. Miigwech, we need to actually re-establish in every speech, at every opportunity, the ongoing demands of reconciliation, and it has to be more than land acknowledgement. Today I stand before you to speak at report stage on Bill C8, a bill I support and about which I have spoken at previous stages in this place. So report stage gives us an opportunity to look at where we are on the verge of the bill passing and going forth to the other place. Some concerns have arisen, and I want to address those because I would like to know from the government that there is a plan to address issues that surfaced from the hard work and diligence of the Parliamentary Budget Office. But I also want to reflect, as we have this opportunity at report stage, and we're more than 2 years into a pandemic, to perhaps look at some of the elements that are at a higher level of abstraction than the bill before us, but which are related. Nothing will be off topic, but I do want to reflect on where we are now, 2 years into a pandemic. First, let me address what Bill C8 is, just as a quick refresher. This is a bill in 7 parts that is exclusively in response to COVID-19 at various aspects. Its health impacts, its essential equipment that we need, such as rapid testing, and impacts on different sectors, including schools, and of course businesses and individuals and workers. It is one more of the many, many bills we have seen since we started down this road March 13th of 2020, when this place adjourned because we realized we were in a global pandemic and we could not continue meeting as we had. But we have, since that moment, March 13th, 2020, in this place, generally by unanimous consent, approved tens of billions of dollars of relief, similar to what's in the package today in Bill C8, which I support. So we have things like rapid tests, ventilation for schools, delays for small business on the required moment, which they have to start repaying loans. It's a package with which I think all of us here in this place are now very familiar. One thing that was a surprise, and I want to dive into it a bit because I think citizens of Canada need to know we're paying attention to the billions of dollars we pass in this place, and that's a certain redundancy which the sharp-eyed people at the Parliamentary Budget Office noticed. And that's in relation to spending for rapid tests, which again I support. But there's $1.7 billion for rapid tests found in Bill C8. There was $2.5 billion for rapid tests found in Bill C10. And then there's the $4 billion in supplementary estimates that we have also passed. So the question is, are we paying more than once for rapid tests? And the answer is yes. Well, the money is allocated, at least $4 billion, repeatedly, twice, in fact. I see an alarmed Parliamentary Secretary looking my way. And yes, this is confirmed by Yves Giroux, our Parliamentary Budget Officer, that there is, in fact, more money allotted that is needed. Now, I'll quote the Parliamentary Budget Officer here, speaking in the other place. Quote, when we asked questions about the intended use of the funding, it was to procure rapid tests for COVID-19 and distribute them to provinces and then to Canadians. When we, that is the Parliamentary Budget Office, asked why try to have it go these two different routes to get to the same end, the government responded that it wants to get the funding as soon as possible. So they're trying this through Bill C10 and Bill C8, as well as Supplementary Estimates C. They will use whichever authorities come first to procure these tests. However, they've already started procuring these tests, so they're doing it at some risk management should the spending not be approved. That seems to be the reason why they are pursuing these two different approaches, close quote. The discussion in the Senate then went on to discuss, would we spend $4 billion twice, or would there be some way of stopping the additional approvals once the tests are purchased? I don't really feel I have an answer in this place to that question. I'm still voting for Bill C-8. I want to make sure we get the rapid tests. I want to make sure we know what we're spending the money on. But I'd also like to register now in this place, especially to government members, we want to make sure there's some mechanism in place to avoid spending $4 billion twice. It appears from the Parliamentary Budget Office questioning of government that this was not by accident, but I'd like to flag that I've never seen it before. I think it's quite unusual to approve spending of $4 billion twice to make sure you get it once. With that, I want to turn to a key area that I think is, again, at a higher level of abstraction, a problem with our federation. I'm not proposing ways to fix it, but I want to flag it. It's been, in my view, the reason that we failed to adjust to meet our climate targets. And I don't mean just recently, I mean over the last 3 decades. It's a reason why I think we have been less than effective in, as a country, not speaking of a government or a political party, we've been less effective than we could have been in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. And my thread on this, I'll say the spoiler alert, I don't think the provinces and the federal government work particularly well together. And they should, and we must. I note that on COVID-19, $8 out of every 10 spent on COVID relief came from the federal government. We passed them in this place. Collectively, we did. But the speed with which we acted, I believe, and this is me speaking personally, I believe is because the federal government might have been ready to act on numerous occasions, but the provinces weren't. And if it was in an area of provincial jurisdiction, we were delayed. I definitely know this is the case on the climate emergency. Ironically, the European Union, of more than 24 independent nation states, separate sovereign nations, have done a better job than our federal government, 10 provinces and 3 territories in one country, of being able to coordinate, negotiate, and come up with a shared solution. Leaving Kyoto in 1997, the European Union went back to home base and within weeks had negotiated a global agreement, global meaning all EU countries, of a bubble, and who'd do more cutting of greenhouse gases, who would do less, so they'd achieve the target they collectively negotiated. They are now collectively about 40% below their 1990 levels of emissions. Canada is about 20% above our 1990 levels of emissions. And I think a lot of this is because federal-provincial tensions and a failure of collaborative leadership. I don't know how else to put it. Now, in the case of the ventilation for schools, which is my thread here, and I know, Mr. Speaker, I have about 2 minutes left, I worked all summer of 2020 on an idea I got for how do we get kids back to school safely. I thought about it and I thought, I've got all these wonderful tourism facilities. I'm very, very committed to the tourism sector, like convention centers and hotels that are vacant because of COVID-19. They'd like to be able to put people to work. We've got schools that will have overcrowding if kids go back to school now. And I thought, why don't we take the empty places because of COVID and allow schools to take place then, and then we'll have a lot more air, a lot more ventilation. It might work. So I started talking to people like the brilliant Paul Nursey, who heads the Victoria area tourism sector. I started talking to people who run convention centers. They said, we'd love that. That could work. Anyway, fast forward to how many people I got involved in groups. Well, People for Education in Toronto, the Tourism Industry Association of Canada, the actual Canadian Teachers Federation, the union, they were negotiating, they were talking to other levels of government. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities gave me the time of day, and we started thinking, we could put this together. And the Deputy Prime Minister of this nation and Minister of Finance and her staff were interested in the idea. The one place I couldn't get any pickup at all, I couldn't get anyone to pick up the phone and call me back, was the provincial ministers of education, and no one was going to go anywhere with this idea unless the provincial ministers of education signed on. Now we have here in Bill C-8, one of the things I was trying to address in my, completely ad hoc, volunteer way to try to get something to happen, and we're now approving ventilation for schools. Sure, that's provincial jurisdiction. We should have acted on that a year ago or more, and in my opinion, the reason we're approving it now in the federal parliament as opposed to much sooner, we couldn't get the provinces on board. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm interested in your questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can appreciate the efforts and the work that the former leader of the Green Party puts in terms of in her delivery of her speeches. I know it's substantial in terms of content. I want to address the issue of the billions of dollars that were allocated towards the government being able to acquire rapid tests. And I think that's probably the most important aspect, that the acquisition and being able to get the rapid tests in a timely fashion was absolutely critical. And we saw that in the uptake in late December going into January. Now, I don't necessarily know the details possibly as well as the member does, but my understanding is that in regards to this bill, it was to ensure that we had them for the months of going from November to December and maybe a little bit into January. That was my understanding of this specific bill. But would she not agree the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada be in a position to acquire the rapid tests for circulation amongst our provinces and territory?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his kind words. I am certain, and I do say I'm certain, and I'm not like other opposition MPs looking for chances to say gotcha. I'm certain this is done with the best of intentions to make sure we have access to rapid tests and are able to acquire them. I just flag that our job in this place is to scrutinize spending and make sure that, and it is Parliament, at least that's the fiction, it's our principle, that Parliament controls the public purse. So I want to flag when I see something a little funny. I'm not suggesting the intentions aren't the best, and I'm not suggesting that the most important thing, I agree with the honourable member, is to have the rapid tests and buy them when we can. But I don't think we need to authorize spending for them twice.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. She talked about Kyoto and the fact that different levels of government had worked together on that. And as Bill C-8 deals a lot with COVID measures in one way or another when it comes to health, would it not be easier to collaborate with the provinces if the government increased health transfers as requested by the provinces? That's one little conflict that could be avoided. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to say to my honourable colleague that I think it's not a great surprise that a member from the Bloc Québécois is highlighting their considerable concerns relating to health care transfers for our public system. But I think it's also a question of, if we are here in this House, we have accepted that Quebec is a nation, right? So if it's harder for the nation of Quebec here in Canada to work together with the federal government than with another country like France, where then for the European Union to collaborate on shared issues. I'm disappointed, but this is our reality here in Canada. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Honourable Member for her speech. I just want to come back to that point of jurisdiction and remark that, I think coming out of 2004, Canada had a model for health funding predicated upon health accords, where the federal government played an important funding role, but also a convening role. And you've got provinces that weren't told what to do by Ottawa, but they came together with Ottawa to determine common priorities and then a funding structure for that. Now, we got away from that under the Harper government, and this current government, despite having committed to renewing that model, chose not to. That means that we don't have those tables for collaboration around something as important as health funding. I just wonder if you want to speak to that model and the role that engaging in that model on an ongoing basis can play when we face emergencies like the pandemic.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands in 40 seconds.
Quickly then, first of all, my honourable colleague from Elmwood Transcona, I can't remember a single time that he has said something with which I disagreed. And so, once again, we're in violent agreement. We need to restart our health accord process. We need to get people to the table. I'll say on environmental issues, it may be a little different. Engaging with the provinces most successfully in the 1980s, we actually won on the battle to stop acid rain with agreements that were negotiated bilaterally, one province at a time till you got a deal. Start with the easy ones and work your way up to the hardest one. We need viable, collaborative federalism. On health, it's that national health accord that's needed. On other issues, it's just get together and make sense.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Midnapore. Point of order. The honourable member for Saint-Jean is rising on a point of order. Yes. I will just take a couple of seconds from my colleague on a quick point of order, just to highlight something that we need to note, which is the birthday of the Speaker.
C'est votre tour de vous laisser parler d'amour.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague, but I would like to remind her that we are not allowed to sing in this place, unfortunately. And I would like to reassure my colleague from Calgary Midnapore that no time will be taken away from her and she'll have her full 10 minutes for her speech. But I see that the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona is also rising on a point of order.
Same point of order. I can't resist noting it's not always prohibited to sing in the chamber. We can, of course, sing O Canada, Mr. Speaker, on Wednesdays.
Resuming debate, and I hope we'll finally be able to hear from our honourable colleague from Calgary Midnapore.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I can't sing, but that having been said, it was very nice to hear my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois. As they, along with us, are the only opposition left here in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are here today to talk about C8, of course, and this is not long before we are actually going to be presented with the next budget. So I think it's very important that Canadians evaluate the past performance of the NDP Liberal coalition before deciding to even consider approving the next budget. And I want to start by saying, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues and I here in the official opposition have been very positive in our spirit of collaboration in the last couple of years as we've gone through this difficult time of the pandemic. But we also certainly, Mr. Speaker, have our limits as individuals, and groups must have their limits in terms of what they are willing to accept. So I look at the beginning of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, when we passed in November of 2021, C2, the first COVID relief package worth $37 billion, certainly a lot of funding there. We went on to pass other legislation in this House with significant price tags, including C3, which went through my Committee of HUMA. That was a $7 billion price tag, Mr. Speaker. In December of 2021, we also had C8, which we're debating here today, with additional spending of $71.2 billion. I mean, these are not small amounts, Mr. Speaker. So I will say, Mr. Speaker, that we certainly have done what was necessary throughout the pandemic. Everyone in this House, certainly on this side of the House, supports Canadians, wants to see Canadians get the help that they need. But it's certainly become incredibly excessive and even growing, perhaps, with this new NDP coalition. And we have to be worried about the items that we're seeing in the new NDP Liberal coalition, which will cost billions upon billions of extra dollars, potentially. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, that we saw this House helping Canadians, eventually leading to overspending, even beyond what was necessary. We go further back than that, Mr. Speaker, to something I brought up today in question period, the destruction of the natural resources sector. And this is something that didn't start 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker. This started 7 years ago when we saw the initial election of the NDP Liberal coalition government, which continues to play out today. We saw in November of 2016 when the Northern Gateway Pipeline was rejected by this coalition to start. We look to October of 2017 when TransCanada cancelled the Energy East pipeline project as a result of pressure from this coalition. And you know, Mr. Speaker, this is something that this NDP Liberal coalition likes to do. They create impossible environments for industry whereby industry has no other choice but to abandon these projects. And then the NDP Liberal coalition says, oh, look, not our fault. This was abandoned by industry, when they have made conditions impossible to complete these projects, to complete these projects, Mr. Speaker. We can't forget, Mr. Speaker, in January of 2017, when the Prime Minister said he wanted to phase out the oil sands, he said, you can't make a choice between what's good for the environment and what's good for the economy. We can't shut down the oil sands tomorrow. We need to phase them out. We need to manage the transition off of our dependence of fossil fuels. So right there, Mr. Speaker, we see the Prime Minister had committed to his continued path of destroying the natural resource sector with the help of the NDP Liberal coalition. This, of course, Mr. Speaker, led to, in April of 2018, when Kinder Morgan halted Trans Mountain pipeline expansion because of continued actions in opposition to the project. So not surprising, Mr. Speaker. In May of 2018, we saw the NDP Liberal coalition buy the Trans Mountain pipeline for $4.5 billion, but again, created impossible conditions in which this project could be completed, whereby Kinder Morgan eventually abandoned the project again. So once again, they create impossible conditions for this industry. Of course, I can't help but mention C-48, the oil tanker moratorium, and of course C-69, which was passed both in June of 2019, which completely destroyed that sector, and which we often refer to as the No More Pipelines bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I find it very rich that I hold in my hand here a Canadian Press article from March 20th of 2020, which indicates that Liberals may find extra spending room in the budget created by rising oil prices. That's right. It is reported that it's a position similar to the one Liberals found themselves last December when a rosier economic picture gave the government $38.5 billion in extra spending room, Mr. Speaker. But guess what? The NDP Liberal government quickly ate it up, $28.4 billion. They ate that up with new expenditures, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, this extra funding as a result of the natural resources sector could be up to $5 billion. But we know, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP Liberal government will eat this up in a moment, but before spending even more than that. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the former parliamentary budgetary officer, Kevin Page, said it would be a policy mistake for the government to assume that the higher than anticipated inflation will create extra fiscal room, which could be used to deficit finance long-term programs, many of which we are seeing in the new NDP Liberal coalition. So very interesting there. So we see, Mr. Speaker, that this government, they have a habit of any money that you give them, they will just go and spend. They will not pay down the record debt, the record deficit. They will go and spend it. So why should we trust them in giving them more money? Why should we not look at even this upcoming budget with scrupulation and hesitancy? But more insulting than spending what they don't have, Mr. Speaker, and spending it on the backs of the industry, on the back of the industry, which they have destroyed entirely. Now it was announced yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that they plan to boost oil exports 5% in an effort to ease the energy supply crisis. And this was an announcement that the Minister of the Environment, Natural Resources made yesterday, following the second day of meetings on the International Energy Agency's annual ministerial gathering in Paris. He said Canadian industry has the pipeline and production capacity to incrementally increase oil and gas exports this year by 300,000 barrels per day, comprising 200,000 barrels of oil and 100,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day in natural gas. Well, the Alberta Natural Resources Minister had a response to that. She said, we can get increased production if we can get more infrastructure built. And I think that's what's missing in the conversation, she said. It's not really ambitious to talk about a short-term potential of 200,000 barrels when we sit on top of the third largest oil reserves in the entire world. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we've seen a labor shortage. This NDP Liberal government fired hundreds of thousands of workers when they set out to destroy the natural resources sector, Mr. Speaker. So they have been struggling, this sector has been struggling with the lack of workers since last year, according to a Canadian press story, when rebounding oil prices first spurred an uptick in drilling activity in the Canadian oil patch. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we have tried on this side of the House to work with the NDP Liberal coalition. They have shown they cannot handle funds responsibly time and time again. Now they turn to the industry they destroyed. Now they decide that it's time to step up, given that Ukrainians are suffering, Europe is suffering, while Canadians have suffered for a long time under this coalition, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, you know, I listened to the Conservatives speak on Bill C-8, and I'm wondering if, in fact, they've actually read the bill or they have a sense in terms of what the bill's actually talking about. What we do know is that the Conservatives are voting against the bill. It's not the first time where they don't support legislation that is there to support Canadians. So, for example, this bill ensures proper school ventilation. It ensures the acquisition of rapid tests. It puts into place that 1% annual tax on foreign ownership of properties, which is hopefully will help drive down some of the speculation and costs of housing in Canada. Can the member explain to me why does she oppose those 3 points, those 3 policy initiatives, given that that's actually what we're supposed to be debating today?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question.
You know, I think we have demonstrated, as I indicated in my speech, that we have supported legislation in moments of crisis when it was absolutely necessary for Canadians. What we won't do is give the NDP Liberal coalition a blank check. We will not do that. We are responsible to Canadians to watch the spending of the NDP Liberal coalition. And if this member is so passionate about legislation that helps Canadians, then why did his government put forward C-69 and C-48 that hurt so many Canadians, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the speech by my colleague from Calgary Mindapore dealt with the issue of how do we finance these expenditures. And one of those ways, obviously, is the preferred way of the NDP Liberal coalition, which is to borrow money and burden future taxpayers. The other, as the member pointed out fascinatingly in her speech, was the increased revenue that's coming in to the federal government as a result of higher oil and gas prices. Now, I live in a part of the world where we have to burn oil from Saudi Arabia because the coalition decided that they didn't want a pipeline called Energy East. And we also have to burn electricity through Colombian coal in Nova Scotia. That's where we get our energy, Saudi Arabia and Colombian coal, because of the policies of this government. I'd like the member for Calgary Mindapore to please comment on what she thinks about the preference for us to burn energy and oil from places like Saudi Arabia, repressive regimes, compared to clean, ethical Canadian oil.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my Conservative colleague for that question.
Very frankly, I think it shows how little this government thinks of Canadians, that they would turn to nations with dictatorships, that they would turn to nations without regard for human rights, that they would turn to nations without regard for the rule of law before turning to its own citizens and its own resources to fill these needs. It just shows what little respect they have for Canadians, our resources, and frankly, our livelihoods as well, Mr. Speaker. So it's incredibly disappointing to see this historical action from the NDP Liberal government, and I think, Mr. Speaker, we're going to see a lot more of it, given the additional information about this NDP Liberal coalition that was made public this week. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for one quick question. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, I guess my shortest question to the member for Calgary-Midnapore is to actually ask if she's familiar with the course of the Kinder Morgan pipeline before the National Energy Board, the refusal of the National Energy Board to hear evidence that would cost jobs and hurt the economy, the National Energy Board rejecting the evidence of Unifor and saying that the NEB was not going to look at the economy or jobs. The proponent from Texas decided it couldn't make money at the project, and they've actually, what a deal. They laughed all the way to the bank in Texas. So I'll just cut it short there and ask if she's familiar with the actual history of the Kinder Morgan pipeline.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore, 20 seconds.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague for that question.
You know, I think there's a very interesting history. At the time I was consul to Dallas, Texas, Mr. Speaker, we actually had an inverse relationship whereby Harper was ready to pass any energy project necessary, while President Obama, who is a known ally of the NDP Liberal coalition, was there to stop every interest for Canada at every step of the way. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate. Virtually, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. President, I believe that there is another member that will be up speaking right now. My apologies if there was some miscommunication.
Très bien. Donc... Very well. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon to speak on Bill C-8, another massive Liberal spending bill. Legislation that seeks to spend $71 billion. $71 billion in new spending. $71 billion that this government doesn't have. That is on top of some $600 billion that this government has spent over the past 2 years, 1/3 of which had nothing to do with COVID. This at a time when the national debt has soared to a historic $1.2 trillion, nearly double from what it had been in the last 2 years alone. And here we are with another massive Liberal spending bill. Mr. Speaker, with billions here, trillions there, one begins to wonder and try to understand what exactly is $71 billion? How much is that? Well, Mr. Speaker, to put it in some context, it equals roughly the amount that the federal government collects in GST revenue annually and the amount that the federal government spends in terms of health care. Combined, GST revenue collected and health care spending on an annual basis combined, that is what $71 billion means. Wow. Now, Mr. Speaker, from the time that this government took office, there hasn't been a price tag that is too high. There hasn't been a such thing as spending too much. This Prime Minister has spent more than any Prime Minister in Canadian history. This Prime Minister has added more to the national debt than any Prime Minister in Canadian history. Indeed, so much debt has this Prime Minister added that you can take all of the Prime Ministers that preceded him from 1867 to 2015, and the total accumulated national debt over 150 years does not match the amount of debt that this Prime Minister has added in 6.5 short years. Mr. Speaker, this government has a spending problem. It has a deficit and debt problem. And to pay for it all, this government has done something that no previous government has ever done in terms of monetary policy, and that is quantitative easing. In other words, the printing of money. And what that has led to is the largest increase in the supply of money in half a century. We haven't seen such an increase unless you went back to the early 1970s. And what that has meant is more money chasing fewer goods. And we know what that results in: inflation. Inflation that has hit 5.7% in February, the highest level of inflation since April of 1991, or August of 1991. Who's counting? In more than 30 years, the highest level of inflation. And all projections are that inflation is only going to get worse, and with rising inflation means higher interest rates. On March 1st, the Bank of Canada increased interest rates, and by all accounts, there will be further interest rate increases. Now, what does 5.7% inflation mean? Well, it's significantly above the Bank of Canada's target of 2%. That target was established during the recession of the early 1990s, and for basically 30 years, the Bank of Canada held to that target, or that target was held, until this government showed up, in which we now see inflation at nearly triple that of the target. And it's one thing to talk about inflation in an abstract way, but there is a very real cost for all of this inflation, and it is one that is being borne by our constituents, everyday Canadians who are struggling to get by. It's called an inflation tax, and that inflation tax has famously become known as just inflation. Thanks to just inflation, food costs have gone up by 7.4%. That means for the average family, they're going to pay $1,000 more in groceries this year than they did last year. $1,000 more. When you recognize that some 40% of Canadians are $250 away from insolvency, $1,000 puts a real squeeze on millions of Canadians who are going to have to make choices, difficult choices, about what to do in order to simply put food on the table. Gas has skyrocketed 33% in the last year alone, Mr. Speaker. And so, what is the government's solution to this cost of living crisis? It's to double down and pour gasoline on an inflationary fire with $71 billion in new spending. And what is that going to mean? It's going to mean more debt, more money printing, and even more inflation. And guess what that means for everyday Canadians? It means higher costs for essentials, for everything, and diminished earnings. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need relief, and they need relief now. And instead, this government's approach has been to, on top of taxing them with just inflation, this government has increased payroll taxes. This government has increased...
Appel au règlement, l'honorable...
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
A member cannot do indirectly what they cannot do directly. And the member knows full well when he's referencing the inflation and using the Prime Minister's first name that you're not allowed to use a minister or any member by name inside the chamber. So as much as it might be cute to say it, it does go against our parliamentary rules. You address ministers and members by their riding or by their portfolio.
Je tiens à rappeler...
I'd like to remind the members that colleagues cannot be named. Of course, you have to refer to the writing name or the title in the government. So I would invite the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, to resume debate. He has 1 minute, 34 seconds left. Was there another point of order? The Honourable Member for Brandon Sudi.
Like the member from Winnipeg North just wants the word just struck from the Canadian language. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton can resume. 1 minute, 34 seconds.
This government has made life less affordable for everyday Canadians, from the Liberal inflation tax to now payroll tax increases that came into effect on January 1st, a 25% hike in the carbon tax, which is going to only increase the cost of essentials even more, and then voting down a practical proposal put forward by we on this side of the House to give some Canadians desperately needed relief, and that is to give Canadians a gas tax holiday. The NDP Liberal coalition voted against it because they want to punish Canadians at the pump. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me just say that this government's solution to getting out of an affordability crisis is to spend more. But that's the problem. That's what got us into this affordability crisis. In order to get out of it, we need to rein in spending, and as a starting point towards achieving that, Bill C-8 must be defeated.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member says Bill C-8 has to be defeated, and I genuinely do believe that the member is a part of that extreme right within his caucus that does want to see government not support Canadians. That is the reality. You know, so when we talk about supports through the purchasing of rapid tests or the addition monies being spent for school ventilation, or the supports that were there for our seniors in regards to the CERB overpayments, there has been a vast expenditure by the government to support Canadians through this very difficult times of the pandemic. And I'm wondering if the member could indicate to the House, does his entire caucus share the same opinion he has, that the programs that were provided, the billions and billions and billions of dollars to support small businesses and individual Canadians was money poorly spent? Or is it just he himself that has that belief?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I would remind the far left member for Winnipeg North that much of the government's spending has been poorly targeted. The member, my friend the parliamentary secretary, spoke about supports for small businesses. Well, when it came to the wage subsidy, guess what? Statistics Canada analysis determined that big businesses were twice as likely to get the wage subsidy compared to small businesses. So a lot of money was spent. Unfortunately, so much of that money was directed in the wrong places.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Now, with respect to the member, I do think that the argument the Conservatives are putting forward with regard to inflation are a bit simplistic. At the Agriculture Committee right now, we're doing a study into supply chain issues, and witness after witness is talking about the pressures from labor, the lack of reliability in our networks. And of course, there's a war going on in Ukraine. But what I'd like to ask the member about is the inflationary pressures associated with climate change. We know that this is going to give rise to increased conflict around the world. There will be water scarcity, there will be fighting over limited agricultural resources, and oil and gas have always been volatile energy sources. So I'd like to ask him, what about those inflationary pressures of climate change, and why the logical fallacy of the Conservatives to keep on pursuing fossil fuel development when that in fact is going to lead to climate change, which will lead an increase to inflationary pressures on everyday goods and services?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I want to thank the member, and let me just say that with respect to inflation, when the Parliamentary Budget Officer appeared before the Finance Committee, he said that all of the stimulus spending provided in Bill C-8 was unhelpful. It was no longer necessary. He also acknowledged that the government's massive deficits and debt was fueling fire to inflation. And with respect to the carbon tax, we have now learned, confirmed from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, that it is contributing to inflation. It's making life less affordable. It's increasing the cost of goods, Mr. Speaker. That's why what we on this side of the House are focused on is providing Canadians who need help relief now by allowing them to keep more of what they earn and reducing the overall tax burden on them.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague just began to answer the question I was going to ask. I've just heard the banter or the questions in response to his discourse talking about the far right and the far left. So I'm going to ask him, in his opinion, where the public budget officer stands in that spectrum between the far left and far right, and what his comments were on $71 billion of additional spending and its relation to inflation.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton, in 35 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend for the question. I think the Parliamentary Budget Officer provides objective analysis, and the analysis that he has provided is that this government gets an F when it comes to inflation.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to debate Bill C-8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act. I will say that many of my constituents and Canadians across this nation are concerned with the fiscal policies of this government, and rightfully so. Government spending is totally out of control, and Canadians are paying the price. The cost of everything is rising at record rates. Inflation is reaching new highs, and the value of one's hard-earned dollar is becoming worth less and less. But if Canadians thought the last 6 years of government spending were bad, they're in for a rude awakening until 2025. We found out that Canada has a new government this week. a Liberal NDP government that Canadians did not want. And if the NDP is now in charge of our nation's finances, government spending is guaranteed to reach unprecedented highs. Financial experts are already sounding the alarm of the consequences of more spending. The Director of Fiscal and Provincial Economics at Scotiabank stated, and I quote, "The finance minister's risks further undermining Ottawa's credibility in its commitment to tackling inflation," end quote. I would be interested to know if part of the backroom deal with the NDP was to remove the fiscal guardrails that the finance minister talked about so much. Canadians expect their government to be fiscally responsible. Bill C-8 has $300 million dedicated towards proof of vaccination policy. At a time when provinces are lifting mandates, removing restrictions, and giving Canadians back control of their lives, this government wants to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on more vaccine mandates, Mr. Speaker. Canada has one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. Every provincial government has been giving Canadians back control of their lives, but the federal government has no plan to end these mandates. They had an opportunity to do so yesterday. Canada's Conservatives introduced an opposition motion day motion calling on the federal government to lift all federal vaccine mandates immediately. We wanted to protect the jobs of federally regulated employees. We wanted to enable Canadians to travel freely. We wanted to kickstart our nation's tourism industry. And we wanted to enable our goods to move across our national border. But guess what? The Liberal NDP government did not want to see Canadians regain control of their lives. They voted our motion down. I think of all the local guides and outfitters in my constituency who rely on American clientele to make a living. Their businesses were completely shut down because of government restrictions. I met with North Mountain Outfitters in my constituency whose business came to a complete stop because of the government. Guides, outfitters, lodge owners contribute immensely to local economies of rural and remote Canada. And there is no plan to help them or the thousands of outfitters across our nation to reopen. Madam Speaker, as I noticed she's changed, Bill C-8 will also refers to the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, or as most Canadians know it as, the Liberal Carbon Tax, newly named the Liberal NDP Carbon Tax. I should remind this House that the Liberal Carbon Tax is going up again on April 1st, increasing the cost of gas when fuel is reaching record highs. But every time Canadians raise their concerns with the Liberal Carbon Tax, the government tells them off, basically. They claim that Canadians are better shaped financially from this pricey tax. They say that more money is going back into the pockets of Canadians than into the government coffers. And every time the government says that Canadians benefit from the Liberal Carbon Tax, Canadians call them out. They don't buy it for a second, Madam Speaker. And guess what? Yesterday we learned that Canadians were right. The Liberal Carbon Tax will leave Canadians worse off. Canada's Independent Parliamentary Budget Officer released a report stating that the Liberal Carbon Tax is a financial burden on Canadian families. The report stated that the majority of households in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario will see a net loss from the Liberal Carbon Tax. So there you have it. The Liberals can no longer hide behind their talking points. Canadians will be worse off financially. Madam Speaker, we also know that this financial burden impacts rural Canadians more. Rural Canadians in particular know that the Liberal Carbon Tax unfairly impacts them for simply living in rural Canada, Canada's vast and beautiful geography. But the government tries to make rural Canadians feel better by giving them an extra 10% back. You're probably wondering how the government determined this number. Does 10% account for the increased heating costs in rural Canada? Does the 10% account for driving that rural Canadians have to do? Does 10% account for the increased cost of transport goods to rural Canada? That is why I asked the government at committee yesterday what scientific assessment was done to decide that a 10% additional carbon tax rebate accounted for and the added expenses of rural Canadians. And guess what, Madam Speaker? Canadians will never know. Because the government admitted that no scientific assessment was completed to ensure that rural Canadians were getting back an adequate amount of their money. Can you imagine that? Once again, rural Canadians were neglected by this government. Municipalities are also concerned with the financial accountability of this Liberal carbon tax. Canadians may not know this, but the Liberal government applies this tax to municipalities, universities, schools, and hospitals. I don't know how taxing a hospital reduces greenhouse gas emissions, Madam Speaker, but I digress. The fact is that this government promised to return the taxes to municipalities and hospitals, but they have not. To date, municipalities and hospitals in my home province of Manitoba have received no money through the MUSH retrofit stream. The Association of Manitoba Municipalities has raised concerns, but their concerns have clearly fallen on deaf ears. On March 4th, the AMM wrote to the government and stated the following. Our members continue to raise questions regarding the lack of communication about CAIF rebates for 2020-21 and 21-22 for the MUSH sector. This is of course concerning given that the Government of Canada is legally obligated to return these funds to the province of origin, as well as previously committed to share these revenues with municipalities to assist with advancing climate change related projects. End quote. I see why rural Canadians have lost their trust in this government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Canadians pay attention when the government is when any government spending bill is pushed through Parliament. Bill C-8 is no exception. But Canadians feel left behind. The cost of living is rising at record rates, and the new NDP Liberal government will only accelerate this. The Liberal carbon tax is fueling Canada's inflation crisis and is leaving the majority of households worse off financially. The federal government has yet to introduce a plan to end mandates and give Canadians back control of their life. And hospitals, municipalities are paying tens of thousands of dollars in taxes without receiving a promised penny back. God help us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, one of the interesting things that comes to my mind in listening to my colleague's speech is the fact that there was a time in which the Conservative Party actually opposed the price on pollution, or the member makes reference to a carbon tax, and then their most recent formal leader that took us through the last federal election was actually a supporter of a carbon tax or a price on pollution. But given the nature of a number of the speeches, can Canadians anticipate that the Conservative Party of Canada is going to be changing again? Instead of supporting the price on pollution, that they are now lining themselves up behind possibly the member from Carleton who does not support a price on pollution?
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. Our party has always stood up for rural Canada. The fact is that rural Canada is paying a disproportionate part of this carbon tax that's been imposed by the Liberals. And they're not even giving us back. They're not even giving us back. Even the 10% doesn't even come close to the inflationary pressures that are putting on rural Canadians and small communities. And I will defend that to the end of this day. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to the Conservatives talk a lot about inflation, but inflation been caused by two things, supply or demand. We're more used to seeing inflation caused by demand, but a number of specialists have talked about inflation caused by supply. And we've heard them talk about the price of houses. Are there measures that would be useful in creating more housing? Would that be desirable if we have an inflationary crisis related to supply? So that would be a question I'd like to know from them. Is it due to supply or demand?
Swan River, Nipawin.
No matter what kind of thing you're trying to build in Canada, what you're trying to move, it all depends on energy. We need energy, and there's a massive shortage of energy to get anywhere not only in Canada, but in the world. So, for example, if you're trying to grow food right now in Canada, you need fertilizer. Fertilizer is made from natural gas. Natural gas has tripled, doubled. You can't even get get natural gas in certain parts of Canada, so you can't even make the fertilizer in the first place. That is what's increasing the price of everything. It's the price of our energy, and that's what's throwing everything out of whack. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to come back to a remark that the member made about lifting public health restrictions. He'll know, of course, that when the Conservatives originally had a motion for the government to table a plan, there was an illegal occupation going on in the nation's capital, and that's why New Democrats felt it was appropriate to vote against that motion at the time, because we didn't think it was appropriate to capitulate to that occupation of the nation's capital. Subsequently, this week, when the Conservatives brought forward a new motion, it was to actually lift all public health restrictions. We proposed an amendment to call on the Chief Public Health Officer to conduct the review of public health measures she said is warranted, and to announce the results of that review and the evidence and the arguments behind whatever continuation or lifting of public health restrictions she felt is appropriate. But we weren't able to vote on that amendment because the Conservatives wouldn't accept debate and a vote on that amendment. I'm just wondering why that is.
The honourable member for Dauphin-Swan River, Nipawat.
Thank the member for the question. Bottom line is the provinces have lifted the mandates. We have no restrictions. We can go out this door. As soon as we exit this building, we take our masks off. If I were to go to a restaurant, I don't even have to wear a mask anymore. That is the reality of what's going on in the rest of Canada except this Ottawa bubble and anything that touches federal jurisdiction. That is ridiculous, Madam Speaker. How do you move forward as a country? That is what we're asking for. That is even just suggests that we're going towards a goal. That's all Canadians are looking for, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
No,
I'm sorry. Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know my honourable colleague from Huron-Bruce will be up shortly to talk to his private member's bill, a really important private member's bill, and I intend to highlight it during my speech. Madam Speaker, it's always an honour to rise here in the House and speak about and address those concerns of my constituents of Bruce Grey Owen Sound. When I first spoke to Bill C-8 at second reading, I talked about the cost of living, the inflation, and this is a concern that I'm hearing every day from my constituents. They're worried about this record high, over 30 years since we've had inflation this high at almost 6%, and just their ability to live, and that affordability question, and it does impact rural Canada much more than the rest of Canada, and especially our farmers. I will focus part of my interjection, Madam Speaker, on part one of this bill, which talks about the amendments to the income tax and income tax regulations, specifically in paragraphs alpha, which talks about the new refundable tax credit for eligible businesses on qualifying ventilation expenses made to improve air quality, and the second bit on the new refundable tax credit to return fuel charge proceeds to farming businesses in backstop jurisdictions. But before I do that, I just want to again re-highlight the cost of servicing the incredible amount of spending and debt that we now have as a country. The national debt has doubled in the last 6 years from about $600 billion to $1.2 trillion. To service that debt is over $24 billion before interest rates go up. As I mentioned before in previous speeches, Madam Speaker, that's more than our Canadian Armed Forces budget is. Hopefully we'll see some changes here as the government has indicated based on the unfortunate circumstance in Ukraine. The problem with servicing such incredible debt, Madam Speaker, is it actually puts those social programs that so many Canadians depend upon at risk. And as the PBO has outlined, that much of the stimulus spending that's included in Bill C-8, approximately $71 billion, is not necessary. We're in a cost of living crisis, Madam Speaker. We need to make decisions to change that. As it's been spoken about before, groceries alone are going up over $1,000. Seniors in this country can't afford that. Low-income Canadians can't afford that. All these products and produce are found and available here in Canada. But I want to go back to the legislation, Madam Speaker, specifically about the new refundable tax credit for eligible businesses on qualifying ventilation expenses made to improve air quality. I brought this up before the bill went to committee to talk about the importance of, or trying to understand why the government chose the date of September 1st, 2021 to qualify for that. As I highlighted before, I have businesses in my area that helped deal and fight and combat the pandemic and COVID by turning their facilities into field hospitals. However, they showed that initiative, and they're out of that. Out of those thousands of dollars that they did and that they submitted to make those changes, to get ahead of the curve at the time, and they don't qualify. So my question is really, I guess there's no point in the question, Madam Speaker, anymore, considering we're here and I don't see the government making the changes because they didn't make those changes at committee. But why are they penalizing those small businesses and companies across Canada that did step up to fight the COVID-19, made the necessary changes to make their people and Canadians safer, and yet they're not rationalizing or supporting that? My cynical response, Madam Speaker, is if you look at September 1st, 2021, I wonder what that was tied to, considering when we had the election just this past fall. The next piece I want to get to, Madam Speaker, is around the Liberal carbon tax. Actually, before I get to that, I want to talk about the Green Bond Framework and the Clean Jobs Training Center. Both, and I guess I should caveat, the second one's not clarified yet because I did bring it up at committee yesterday, is why has nuclear energy been excluded from the Green Bond Framework? It's a key thing all Canadians should know, that nuclear is essential and a major important part of us getting to a carbon neutral economy and dealing with climate change. The same thing with this Clean Jobs Training Center that right now is not included for support for changing and getting those workers and training skills so people can transition to the nuclear industry and help get people into jobs that will help reduce our carbon footprint. Considering, Madam Speaker, I know I only have, and I'm going to have difficulty getting through my full 10 minutes before I'm cut off, I do want to talk about the refundable tax credit and what that means to farming businesses. So I'm actually optimistic that it is an aspect that could provide some support to our agriculture industry and our farmers, especially those that are actively engaged in the management of those day-to-day activities of earning farming income or incurring farming expenses of $25,000 or more. And this is a policy that I think will help my farmers in Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. And it's, again, I'll never stop underlining the importance, Madam Speaker, of our farmers and the key essential food that they put on the table for not only Canadians, but people around the world. And this has been further exacerbated in the last couple months with the war in Ukraine and Russia's terrible actions, because Ukraine is that essential breadbasket for Europe, and without that food coming out of Ukraine, it's that much more important that we're supporting our Canadian farmers on not making life more expensive for them, because all people around the globe are going to depend upon Canadian agriculture and food. So the issue is although I'm somewhat optimistic or happy to see this refundable tax credit included in Bill C-8, it's only a partial step in the direction that we need to go. Last Parliament, Conservatives introduced a private member's bill that was passed before the House rode to remove the Liberal carbon tax from our farmers. Unfortunately, due to the unnecessary election last summer called by the Prime Minister, that bill died in the Senate before it could be passed. We need to get that bill and the new bill from my honourable colleague from Huron-Bruce passed, which I know will be discussed shortly, because we need to cut that carbon tax on natural gas and propane for our grain dryers, our livestock barns. Our farmers are price takers, not price makers. And, nothing included in Bill C-8 actually takes it to that necessary level. The Liberal plan doesn't recognize the importance that our farmers pay in reducing the carbon footprint through carbon sequestration and more in this country. So, Madam Speaker, I'll sum up just to say, although there's some aspects in Bill C-8 that I can support, in large, it's not good enough, and it's actually increasing spending for Canadians. And I'm looking forward to hearing the debate forthcoming on Bill C-234 from the honourable member from Huron-Bruce. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions and comments when we next debate the bill. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, standing in the name of Mr. Long.
Second reading of Bill C-234. Mr. Lobb, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Debate. The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today, and through the years I've had the honour and privilege of presenting private members' bills and motions, and I've had one passed many years ago, and I've had one or two not passed. So I understand where we're at. What I would like to say is that, well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Member of Parliament from Foothills, right in front of me here, and the Member of Parliament for Northumberland, Peterborough South, who presented Bill 206 in the last Parliament. I'd like to also thank the member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, and all the other members of Parliament in our, I'll just say in our party, in our caucus, who have a deep love and admiration for agriculture and the farm families that do the work each and every day. The issue that we're trying to fix with this private members bill is around the application of the carbon tax on natural gas and propane. And it is for on-farm agriculture uses, to dry your grain and to heat your livestock barn, where you may have a variety of livestock, but mainly poultry and pork in these cases. And the problem is, with the current carbon tax on these areas, I'll give you one example of a pork farmer in my riding who sent me his December's usage of propane. I think it was actually, no, pardon me, it wasn't propane, it was natural gas. The natural gas bill for his hog barn was $11,391 in total. The carbon tax was $2,918, which is 25% of the base bill. You throw the HST on, which is almost $1,500, and 34% of your bill is in carbon tax and HST. That's really the problem, okay? There are tight margins in agriculture, and when you get into the drying of grains in the fall, these are our foods that we eat. Farmers are price takers. They are not price makers. They don't set the price. They take the price. And anybody in the House or listening today well understands the issue with that. And on the flip side, when it's time to pay for inputs, to pay for machinery, etc., obviously we know the price. There are a lot of improvements we can make here. One of my other issues I have with the carbon tax, specifically on farmers, okay, the issue I have is, and I've said it in the House of Commons before, farm producers, farmers do not get credit for any of the environmental good that they do on their farm and up and downstream the country roads. And if you look at what a farmer would be able to do on their farm, first of all, they get no credit for any of the carbon sequestration that their crops would do. They get no credit for the grasslands, their woodlots. There's no credit for that. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to right an environmental wrong, we're trying to right a taxation wrong to make it fair. To make it fair for farmers. Very difficult to recognize all the different ways in which a farmer does good, and certainly to put a carbon tax on their efforts doesn't really recognize the environmental benefit they do. Many of the member of parliament in this house today has had the opportunity to tour many farms, to tour many conservation areas, to tour many livestock barns, and they see the good work that they do. Another issue that is recognized in this bill is that a farmer is always asked to be the government's line of credit. And you may say, well, what's that mean? What I mean by this is if you look at the business risk management programs that are available to farmers, agri-stability would be one of them, and if you actually were able to trigger a payment with agri-stability, your expenses are incurred so much earlier, and then you carry it, the cost, and then at the end you receive. And as well, it's the same with HST. In many of our offices, HST, there are issues through the years, certain different producers, where their HST is hung up. So they're the line of credit in some cases, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, maybe even a year before they would get their HST rebate. Now we have another program that is going to create a level of bureaucracy. We have a program that is once again going to ask the farmer to be the line of credit. And to give you an example, you could pay a propane or natural gas bill on your poultry barn or your hog barn January and February of 22, carry it all the way through, and that almost $3,000 carbon tax you paid on your bill, you could carry it all the way through the year, dry your grains in September, October, November, depending on how the harvest went, carry it all the way through that entire year, all those costs, and then file your taxes, depending on when your fiscal year end is, in June of 2023. And when do you think you're going to receive your rebate? That's a long time, Madam Speaker, to be once again asking a farm producer, a farm family, to carry these expenses. Then we also calculate the increasing costs of all the inputs, whether it's feed for your livestock, whether it's fertilizer. We see the crazy prices. Your lines of credit are continually edging up, and now you're faced to doing this. And according to, in Bill C8, in the fall update on page 83, the rebate is $1.73, and when I read it, I thought it was per 100 of eligible expenses, but it's actually per 1,000 of eligible expenses. So if you have $1 million on your farm for eligible expenses, you wouldn't even receive an $1,800 rebate. Now, I just told you a second ago that this farm bill, one bill, was almost $3,000. So it's not neutral. It won't be neutral. And if there's statistics to show otherwise, you'd like to see it. But based on page 83 of their statement, it doesn't look like it. The member of Foothills showed me a bill a month or two ago of a farmer in his province. It might have been in his riding. I can't remember. It was twice that amount. Could you imagine? $5,500 they paid in carbon tax for 1 month. Well, $1,700 is not going to cut it. So we've talked about carbon sequestration on your crops, your grasslands, your woodlots. Farmers plant trees on their farms. They have windrows. We have in Ontario, and I'm sure many other provinces, nutrient management plans on how manure is spread across your fields and when they are, and it's a plan. With technology, we have precision spraying, herbicide, pesticide, and even precision fertilizing, Madam Speaker. This is not your great-grandfather's farm. These are very progressive farms that are across this country today with a high degree of professionalism and a love for agriculture and a love for environment. Even if you take a woodlot, in Huron or Bruce County, you will see some of the best managed woodlots in all the land. And that's in the same period of time over the last 10 years we've been dealing with the emerald ash borer on our ash trees. Most of those have been cleared out of woodlots, and maple trees and other trees have come up in their place, but these are well-maintained woodlots that sequester carbon. The other thing I would like to mention, and I know the member from Foothills brought it up in question period today, and the Ag Minister made a comment about the other day in question period, was about crop rotation, as if that was some sort of a new idea. I'm sure she misspoke in question period, but you know, crop rotation, you can go back to textbooks from Guelph, probably the 20s and 30s, talking about crop rotation and crop cover. Most of the farmers in my area do, you know, late summer, early fall crops as well for cover crops. There's quite a bit that goes on. The other thing is I'd like to recognize is all the, I'll just say, conservation authorities, environmental groups in our communities. One not too far from where I live is the Pine River Watershed Initiative, and the way in which they plant trees, manage water on farm, crop and soil groups in Huron County, Bruce County, Grey, all the way through the areas that are really doing some amazing research on drainage and being able to hold those spring rains and thaws and be able to hold some of that water back in the drain itself. Very exciting technology. Another one I'd like to talk about is our food sovereignty. Okay, we have seen a lot of this in the last number of years, maybe perhaps most recently in the past little while. And in Ontario, we do ship hogs, for example, to Burlington and to other places, Conestoga, but we also ship hogs to Quebec. We actually ship hogs to Manitoba as well, to Brandon. And although it's good for them to have those hogs in the production line, it makes no sense at all for farmers in southwestern Ontario to ship hogs and transport trucks across the provinces to meet their destination. We should be able to process them in our own regions. And so for that, I would say, I do think the government needs to take a real hard, long look at food sovereignty in each province and, of course, in our country, and as well as identifying strategic mines or opportunities. Phosphate's a great example with the latest embargoes and tariffs from Russia, where there are opportunities in our own country to speed up environmental assessments, do it right, but make sure they're streamlined so that we can be able to mine our own goods and raw materials in our own country to support the entire circle of agriculture in our country. Today, we do not have that, and I do think that should be a priority. Also, how much money does it take to make $1 on a farm? Millions. It takes millions. And the margins are tight. The margins are tight. People may drive up and down the road if they're going to their cottage or wherever else they're going on a weekend, and they might look at how nice a farm looks and the truck they're driving. But the reality is, folks, that is multiple generations of 7 days a week, 365, for margins that would put fear into most people. If they knew how much capital and investment and debt and line of credit was at risk each and every day to earn a few dollars on 100, they would be so impressed. And so why am I saying this is, the carbon tax is punitive even on the existence of a farm operation. I have numerous calls in a week from different farmers commenting about the cost of doing business in 2022. Yes, if you look at the spot price or the futures for soybeans or corn or wheat or any of those, it does look pretty amazing. But unfortunately for farmers, those costs have gone in lockstep, and in some cases, they've actually increased at a higher rate. So where can we help them? We can help them with a carbon tax. We can help them by cutting the carbon tax, eliminating the carbon tax on farm. It doesn't get recycled. The carbon tax that they collect on farmers, it doesn't all go back to farmers. It doesn't go back into some environmental farm plan. It doesn't. They may tell you it goes in dollar for dollar, but it does not. The quickest and most efficient way to help agriculture and to recognize their environmental benefit that they provide the country without creating a bureaucracy, without hiring consultants to walk your farm and go through your woodlot and come up with an idea of how much you actually sequester. Cut it off right at the source. Don't make the farmer be the line of credit for the government on one more program. Don't tell them it's going to be neutral when we know it's $1.73 per thousand. Let's not do that. There are certain industries, I'm sure, in Canada that don't provide a whole lot of environmental benefit to a country. Farming is not one of them. They are the most grassroots environmental preservation organizations you'll ever see. If you go to a Ducks Unlimited auction or a Conservation Authority fundraiser, who's there? Yes, it's the townspeople for sure, but it's the farmers. The farmers come out. And in some cases, it's the Conservation Authority that gives them a hard time. But they are still out there to support the cause because they understand the relationship between productive land and the environment. So I've really enjoyed the debate today. It's an honor to do this. I look forward to having discussions, to be able to hear what the other parties have to say and what their thoughts are, and hopefully with their goodwill see it in committee. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity today, and I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The price on pollution or carbon tax, depending on what it is you would prefer to call it, I guess, is not implemented by the federal government across the country. There is a national expectation that every jurisdiction would actually put in place something to deal with the climate change. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in terms of, does he believe that the provinces that do not have something in place, therefore the federal government has something in place, should be more proactive in putting something in place to be able to deal with some of the issues that he's made reference to?
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, thank you. And they're obviously the backstop provinces. So between my home province of Ontario, his province of Manitoba, and all the way to Alberta, and I respect the provincial jurisdictions. They should be thought of at the highest level, the highest regard of what they would like to do. But what I would say is, let's look at what we're doing. Let's respect the environmental benefits that agriculture produces. Let's not create a bureaucracy. Let's not create red tape. Let's do it at the source. Then recognizes the impact and the efforts for the environment that agriculture presents. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his presentation. I would like to hear what he has to say. We have a question. It's perhaps plausible that the application may not force farmers and producers to improve their greenhouse gas emissions. So how could we help them to improve their greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, I don't know that we need to help them. I think we need to learn from them. And I think we need to recognize, if you look in my area, no-till drilling. Huron County was one of the forefathers of no-till drilling. And I think a lot of industries would be well advised to learn from agriculture, and I would think that it would be great for the Liberal government to recognize all the sequestration that takes place. I know in the US they did a study, and I think it's billions of tons of carbon that gets sequestered each and every year on farm, and Canada would likely be larger. And so I think that it's high time in Canada we don't beat up on farmers, that we recognize them, put them up on a pedestal and say thanks for what you're doing.
Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, as the NDP's agriculture critic, I look forward to supporting this bill so we can have a closer look at the Agriculture Committee, just as I did in the previous Parliament with Bill C-206. I guess my question to the member for Huron-Bruce is this. We often are talking about the punitive aspects of policy, but he did talk a little bit about the work that farmers are doing, and I was wondering if he could expand on the amazing potential that exists on farm for renewable energy sources. I mean, you look at the area that is on barns, you know, we could help farmers with solar panel installations. They also have some tremendous abilities to, you know, use natural gas, which is naturally derived from the decomposition of materials on farms. If he can just maybe expand on that, on how Ottawa can maybe partner with those farms instead of having an Ottawa knows best approach, and really try to put those farmers on a pedestal to show the good examples and maybe increase the knowledge transfer so that all regions across Canada are benefiting from that knowledge.
Well, member for Huron Bruce.
Thanks very much, and that's a great question. There's all sorts. There's an anaerobic digester in Brockton in my riding, and it takes the methane from manure from a large livestock operation, beef farm operation, and it's got two modified Cat diesel engines with turbines on them, and they create electricity off of the methane. I mean, those are, and they also use food waste to mix in there to create the methane. I mean, those are the things. There's a operation that could be taking place right in my riding. They collect bale wrap all over the province of Ontario, and they have a method to be able to shred it, heat it, and actually create fuel that you could put in your gas tank. So I mean, these are the things we could be doing right on farm, and in addition to many other things we could do. So the sky's the limit, and that's why I say I think we're in the same mindset. Let's not look at agriculture negatively. Let's put them up on a pedestal and thank them for the food they produce, the work they do, but also for the environmental benefit that they do to our country since the beginning of time. Thank you.
Being debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, right up front, I would acknowledge what it is that our farming communities, rural communities, have done over the generations in terms of elevating Canada as a nation to where we are today. And I've had many different experiences, and I'll provide some comment on that. But just to start off by saying thank you to our farmers and those that contribute to our farming communities. Madam Speaker, but it's also important for us to recognize that the most effective and efficient way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is in fact by a price on pollution. And this is something that's just not believed by the Government of Canada. We have governments around the world. We have provincial governments. We have individuals and political parties of virtually all political parties, at least elected political parties, Madam Speaker, in Canada, that have actually recognized the true value of a price on pollution. And earlier today, I even posed the question in regards to some of my Conservative friends when they were talking about the price on pollution, in terms of where the Conservative Party might be at. Now, I didn't hear the member indicate that he is in opposition to the need for a price on pollution, because I do believe that there are a number of Conservative MPs that understand and value it. In the last federal election, in fact, we saw the Conservative Party campaign, part of their platform was to incorporate a price on pollution. And it'll be very much interesting to see how it is they move forward on that particular policy. Madam Speaker, I look at this and look in terms of the community of Manitoba, an area in which I am very passionate about, and I've seen the valuable contributions that our agricultural community and that whole sector has contributed to our province, thereby Canada and the world. And I'd like to provide some personal examples of that. You know, driving along, for example, Highway 2, in the evening when you would see a number of combines harvesting food to feed the world. It looks pretty impressive at nighttime when you see the assembly of these combines and the trucks that are lined up to receive the grain. When you take a look in terms of the way in which Manitoba led the world in regards to the development of canola and the impact that that has had. The technology that is there and the sensitivity to our environment has always been there, I would ultimately argue, by our farming community. And we have seen that in the ways in which farming has changed over the years. I can remember as a 14-year-old, and that's 60 now, do the math, a number of years back, Madam Speaker, running onto a four-wheeled John Deere tractor, pulling a cultivator, going through a field, to more recently of last summer being on a farmer's field where they are raising cattle. And in between, visiting dairy farms, getting a better understanding of an industry that I often talk about. If you do a history of some of the speeches that I have given in this House, I often talk about Manitoba's hog industry and the role that it plays in the province of Manitoba. Madam Speaker, we have an industry that is very much alive and doing exceptionally well, and it is growing, Madam Speaker. We have stakeholders like Peak of the Market that is there collecting the vegetables and other things, promoting Manitoba-grown products. Again, marketing it not only to the province of Manitoba, but to the world. And we have seen the benefits of it. I've been into, when someone thinks of a hog farm, you don't necessarily believe the first room you're going to walk into is a room in which you're getting yourself cleaned up and putting on a smock, and then you walk into a computer room where through technology you get a better appreciation in terms of how hogs are actually raised on the local farm nowadays, on some of those large hog plants, Madam Speaker. It is very impressive. And it's the farmer that tells you and expresses what it is that, in this case, for me, he was doing to ensure that he has a positive attitude towards the manure that is generated from the hogs, and how it is, as much as possible, being used in a responsible fashion.
I thought that was from the other side.
Then, Madam Speaker, you go to north of Winnipeg, out in the Gimli area, and where you will see the cattle farmers. And again, the issue of the environment just last summer, talking about the issue of drought and realizing that climate change is something that is real. And when I had taken a tour of that particular farm, one can be very sympathetic to the needs of our farmer. In fact, I think it was a week later, maybe 10 days later, the Minister of Agriculture went to visit the very same farm. Because when you think of the peaks of the market, there are many different stakeholders that are out there. The Cattle Association provided me the opportunity to be able to take a tour of that particular facility, and indicated to Robin that I'd like to be able to even get a more comprehensive understanding of that industry, as I have through the chicken processing industry, Madam Speaker. From the ways in which eggs are hatched, to the filling of a barn, to the processing at a plant. I am absolutely fascinated by the way in which Manitoba farmers in particular have taken on the responsibility of society to be there in a very tangible way in feeding the world, Madam Speaker. Within the caucus, the Liberal Government Caucus, we have a rural caucus. We have individuals that actually, Madam Speaker, that talk farm and agriculture on a daily basis. Not only is it an issue of being sympathetic to farmers, but it also means being there for farmers in real and tangible ways. As I have been with ministers of agriculture on a couple of occasions in the province, taking a tour or participating and gaining more knowledge about this industry that is so critically important to all of us, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud of the fact that at the University of Manitoba, where we have a department dealing with agriculture, and it's not the only post-secondary facility, but I highlight this one because I know the fine work. When we talked about canola and the development of canola, there is so much that we can all move forward to, and to say that as a government that we are sensitive to it, and we will continue to look at ways in which our policies will not harm farmers, but rather support farmers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the member for a riding where agriculture is at the heart of our economy, I rise this afternoon to speak to Bill C-234. I will begin by saying that the Bloc Québécois is in favour of the principle of this bill. Although we do not really agree with the erosion of the carbon tax, it is undeniable that agricultural producers play an important social role and that we all depend on their activities. With the importance of agri-food, agri-tourism, and buying local to the economy of Quebec, and more specifically in the riding of Shefford, I can confirm this. That said, I will approach my speech today from three angles: a review of the context surrounding this bill, the situation in Quebec, and the importance of farmers in the fight against greenhouse gases. To begin, a little background. Bill C-234 proposes to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, commonly referred to as the Federal Carbon Tax or Carbon Tax. It is true that removing certain fuels from the application of the carbon tax, which are essential for production and breeding, seems fair to us, given that the alternatives are still very expensive. Let's take the example of grain dryers. It should be noted that the carbon law provides for the general application of a fuel levy, which is paid to the state by the distributor on delivery. Certain criteria already create an exemption from paying the levy, including sale to a farmer if the fuel is a qualifying farming fuel. The Act defines qualifying agricultural fuel in Section 3 as a type of fuel that is gas, light fuel oil, or a prescribed fuel. The bill essentially proposes three things: expanding the definition of eligible farming machinery to include heating devices, such as for buildings housing animals, clarifies that the definition of eligible farming machinery includes grain dryers. Grain dryers are, for the most part, propane-powered. Therefore, these are huge costs. Expanding the carbon tax exemption that applies to eligible farming fuel to include marketable natural gas and propane. The definition of this is a type of fuel that is gasoline, light fuel oil, marketable natural gas, propane, or a prescribed fuel. Keep in mind that the carbon tax is Canada's primary tool for addressing climate change. In the preamble to the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, it is explained that one of the justifications for the Act is the fact that some provinces have not developed and implemented a system for pricing greenhouse gas emissions. As of 2016, provinces had the option of maintaining or creating a pollution pricing system, which would now have to meet the federal standard. Second, in Quebec, the agriculture sector is not included in the carbon market. Also in Quebec, there is a fuel tax, but it is refunded to fishers and farmers. Quebec had already set up its own carbon pricing system in 2013. The Quebec carbon market which is a cap-and-trade system for greenhouse gas emissions. Here are some of the highlights. The carbon market meets the federal standard. The market is primarily aimed at industry, electricity producers and importers, and fuel and fossil fuel distributors. The market does not apply to the agriculture sector. Companies can take part in the carbon market voluntarily. In addition to the carbon market and the carbon tax, there are various fuel taxes in Quebec and Canada. The gasoline excise tax, federal fuel tax, Quebec, the gas tax, Greater Montreal, and then the GST, QST that applies to the subtotal after other taxes are calculated. In provinces where it applies, the federal fuel levy is added to other fuel taxes. In Quebec, farmers are entitled to a refund of the fuel tax, the Quebec tax. So that's a bit of context. Third, I'd like to talk about the just transition and the importance of agriculture in achieving this green shift. The Bloc Québécois also adheres to the principle of just transition. This means that we recognize that it would be unfair to demand that the effort be made all at once by the people who are the first victims of the energy crisis and the challenges posed by climate change, starting with workers and their families, as well as the agricultural community. Moreover, although agricultural fuels matter, GHG emissions from the agricultural sector are mainly due to livestock herds and fertilizer use. On the contrary, this does not prevent us from continuing to look for solutions that would reduce the energy used by grain dryers. In the short to medium term, significant reductions in GHG emissions in Canada must come from the oil and gas production, coal-fired electricity generation, and individual road transport sectors. The Western provinces are largely responsible for the increase in Canadian GHG emissions since 1990 and must make drastic changes to their economies and energy structure. The necessary economic recovery from the pandemic is an opportunity to do so. If they begin this necessary work, the Bloc Québécois will always be ready to express its solidarity and support measures that give a break to those for whom the transition is a real economic challenge: workers in polluting sectors, farmers, and families. This method is a source of GHG emissions, but it must be put into perspective with other Canadian sources of GHGs, the type of climate, and the alternatives available. Indeed, weather and climate conditions have an impact on farmers' production costs, and the application of the agricultural fuel levy increases this phenomenon tenfold. As for the available alternatives, if the solutions exist, the application of the levy could be justifiable. However, producers and farmers must have the means and support to improve their methods and opt for cleaner technologies. This is an issue and a dynamic that needs to be addressed by parliamentarians. Climate policy must aim to adapt to the effects of climate change, including the consequences of extreme weather events. The idea of a tool such as a carbon tax is to act as an incentive to change behavior, to stimulate the adoption of clean technologies and renewable energy, and to reduce emissions. It is quite plausible that the application of the levy to agricultural fuels will not be so effective if it does not push farmers to improve their carbon footprint. This is also an issue that needs to be addressed. Under the Paris Agreement, Canada committed to reducing its GHG emissions by 30% from 2005 levels by 2030 to a total of 513 megatons of CO2 equivalent. Since then, the Government of Quebec has revised its 2030 target upwards to a range of 40% to 45% below 2005 levels. Canadian emissions have increased by over 20% since 1990. GHG emissions associated with the Canadian agriculture sector increased by 28% between 1990 and 2017, but have stabilized since 2005. Canada's agriculture sector emitted a total of 72 megatons of CO2 equivalent in 2005. In 2018, Canada's agriculture sector emitted 59 megatons, or 8.1% of Canada's total GHG emissions. That's not a huge number. However, GHG emissions from on-farm fuel combustion are instead included in the energy sector. Emissions from agricultural fuels are counted with those from forestry and fisheries in the other sectors subcategory. So these are complex calculations. But for agriculture and fisheries, this stationary combustion sources for agriculture and forestry were 3.8 megatons in 2018 for all of Canada. This figure is still significant, and efforts will need to be made to reduce the contribution. On the other hand, there are more potential reductions to be made in the near future in the oil and gas, electricity generation, and transportation sectors. The sectoral structure of GHG emissions sources varies greatly across the provinces, particularly with respect to the mode of electricity generation. Historically, the provinces of Alberta and Ontario are the largest emitters of GHGs. Quebec agriculture accounts for 9.8% of GHG emissions. In comparison, the Quebec transportation sector represents 43.3% of Quebec's emissions, and the electricity production sector 0.3%. The climate challenge in Quebec is mainly related to road transport. Alberta's 18% increase in GHGs between 2005 and 2017 is mostly attributable to oil and gas operations, 50% of the province's total. So in summary, if we are to spare farmers from the burden of environmental taxes, the western provinces must begin the energy transition, diversify their economies away from oil and gas production, and stop producing electricity from coal-fired plants. All sectors of the economy must be harnessed in the fight against climate change, but the effectiveness of public policy measures in terms of reductions must also be assessed in relation to the effort they require from citizens, workers, and businesses. The just transition implies taking into account environmental, social, and economic objectives. The energy transition must not be at the expense of workers or the most vulnerable. The challenge is to develop public policy avenues to overcome the sterile opposition between economy and the ecology. And I know that our agricultural producers agree with this and want to develop better practices. They are part of the solution. In conclusion, one last thing, I would like to come back to an aspect that was part of the first hours of my mandate, namely the propane crisis in 2019, where farmers quickly contacted me on my cell phone. We have to prevent that from happening again. The risks are too great for our businesses. We need to act for them. We know they depend too much on propane and natural gas for other types of motors like grain dryers. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and a great honour to rise to speak to Bill C-234, and I'd like to acknowledge the member for Huron-Bruce, who is bringing forward this bill, a revival of what was once C-206 in the 43rd Parliament. And I'd like to indicate, Madam Speaker, that as the New Democratic Party agriculture critic, I will be giving my support to this bill, demonstrating that we will view every bill that comes before us, every private member's bill before us, based on its merits and the principle behind the bill. And I feel the principle behind this bill is sound. I have been our party's agriculture critic for 4 years now. I have spent 4 years on the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and I am very familiar with the predecessor to this bill. I was present on the Agriculture Committee when we did a deep dive into the provisions of C-206, and as I will reflect later in my speech, this is something that the agricultural community is most definitely calling for. But before I get into that, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to set the table with regards to the difficulties that are being posed by climate change. The fact that human-caused climate change is occurring is no longer in dispute. It is very much a verifiable scientific fact, and many parts of the world are starting to face a climate emergency. And it's one that will manifest itself in increasingly costly ways, both to our natural environment, but also to our economy. We will see more extreme weather events, and it is our farmers who will suffer, because as I have heard time and time again at the Agriculture Committee, farmers are on the front lines of this fight. It is leading to changing precipitation patterns. We are seeing increased occurrences of catastrophic flooding and catastrophic droughts, and these are going to have real economic costs. We saw that in my home province of British Columbia last year, where in the space of a few months we went from a heat dome and massive wildfires to flooding that essentially cut off the Port of Vancouver from the rest of the country. And that led to major disruptions for our agricultural producers in the prairie provinces. We as a country need to acknowledge this fact, and we need to put in place policy that is going to treat it like the serious matter that it is. It is the fight of the 21st century. Now, unfortunately, the continuing political fight that we have seen in this place over the carbon tax has ignored many of these realities, and it has sidelined the leadership that we as a country need to take against climate change. But I think what's been missing in this conversation is the important role that farmers and our agriculture sector do and can play in this conversation. And Madam Speaker, that centers on the theme of carbon sequestration. It is time for us to start placing our farmers up on a pedestal and acknowledging the important work that they do. The only way that we are going to meaningfully solve this climate change problem is if we significantly reduce the amount of carbon that is in our atmosphere and find ways to put it in the soil where it can play a stable role. I have been inspired by so many in Canada's agriculture sector who are adopting regenerative farming practices. They are going beyond sustainability as a principle and are observing the patterns and principles in ecosystems to reduce their inputs and help purify the air, purify the water, rebuild the soil, and increase diversity. In this way, our agricultural leaders are building resilience against climate change by tackling and overcoming challenges without being completely overwhelmed by them. And we must find ways as parliamentarians in this place to be strong and firm partners with those leaders. Madam Speaker, in 2020, I took a trip to the interior of southern British Columbia, where I talked with ranchers who had won sustainability awards. And I do want to acknowledge the work of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, who are showing the way by trying to replicate the natural ecosystem that used to exist on Canada's prairies. And that requires a symbiotic relationship between plants and animals through rotational grazing techniques, which actually leads to healthier grasslands, which in their own way are putting carbon back into the soil where we need to put it. Despite the advances, though, that we have made in good agricultural practices against the fight, or in the fight against climate change, it is still an inescapable fact that farmers today do depend on fossil fuels. And this is especially true when it comes to the drying of grain. Many of my colleagues here will remember the wet autumn of 2019, which was called the Harvest from Hell. That was extensive and prolonged rainfall that happened right before and during the harvest in many parts of Canada. And of course, the early snowfalls and frost also ruined many crops. Farmers in those situations were forced to use propane and natural gas heaters to dry their grain. Without the use of those dryers, their cash crops would have become worthless, as rot would have set in, and it would have been a massive economic hit. As it stands, Madam Speaker, there are currently no viable commercial alternatives to the use of propane and natural gas for the operation of these dryers. And this was explained very clearly to the Agriculture Committee in the previous Parliament. During that time, when we were examining C206, we received 8 briefs and had 29 witnesses over 6 meetings. And in particular, I'll highlight some of the testimony that we received from the Agri-Food Innovation Council. They acknowledge that we want to move to alternative and renewable energy sources, but they also pointed out the fact, Madam Speaker, that we are not yet at a point where farmers have those alternative options available. Many of the renewable or clean energy options are still at an experimental stage, and they are nowhere near to the scaling up capability that farmers need to employ them on a mass scale. So with that being said, Madam Speaker, there was also an acknowledgement that Ottawa can play a key role in helping develop further research into alternative, renewable, and clean energy sources. I also want to acknowledge that we did have several witnesses come before the committee who expressed concern with C206. But again, when I pressed them on the fact that there were no viable alternatives, I did not, in my own opinion, hear a convincing argument to lead me to go to the other way. So I think there's a very real interest in trying to repeat the work that we did at the Agriculture Committee, bring C234 there so that we can again do a deep dive into it and find ways, hopefully, of making some slight improvements. It doesn't need to be said in this place, the value of our agricultural crops coming out of the prairies, especially with grains and canola, numbers in the billions of dollars and is an incredible economic driver to those regions. And those sectors do need to have our support, especially when they are facing challenges and especially when no viable alternatives do exist. It is a significant part of our economy, as many of my colleagues will attest. So, Madam Speaker, just in the final couple of minutes with respect to C-234, the main thing it's going to be doing is making definitions to what a qualifying farm fuel is, and also looking at what eligible farming machinery is. So with the qualifying farm fuel, that would be making sure that natural gas and propane are provided in the list of fuels, but also with eligible farming machinery, and I think this is making an improvement on the previous C-206, is specifically making reference to a grain drying, but also making room to providing heating or cooling in a building. That particular section, Madam Speaker, I'll just highlight right now, might be too broad of a definition, and it's something that I'm interested in taking a closer look at committee. But that being said, I think there's some room for improvement and some room for negotiation on hopefully improving this bill and reporting it back to the House. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I hope that with our conversation on Bill C-234, that we also take this opportunity to acknowledge the incredible costs that farmers are bearing. And this has been detailed quite considerably by the National Farmers Union, who have recognized that Canadian farm debt is now listed at over $100 billion and has nearly doubled since the year 2000. Since 1990, the corporations that supply fertilizers, chemicals, machinery, fuels, technology services, and credit have captured nearly all of farm revenues, leaving farmers with just 5% of the total revenue. So while I think that C-234, the measures in it are going to have a measurable impact, we also need to use this opportunity to have a broader conversation on how we support farmers and make sure that most of the work that they are doing, the financial rewards from that work, are in fact staying in their pocket. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members of the House. I'm certainly thankful for this opportunity to speak up for Canadian farmers. And I do want to thank my colleague, the member from Huron-Bruce, for carrying this private member's bill C-234 that I'm hoping we all will support today and moving forward. I want to build on what my colleague from Huron-Bruce was speaking about in his presentation, but I want to change it a little bit, and I want to focus my intervention on what the agriculture sector is already doing and what it has accomplished and how this bill can help. There's simply a fact that our farmers and ranchers have demonstrated a proud history of environmental stewardship as innovators. This has all been done on the farm of their own volition, without government intervention or someone telling them what to do. Canadian farmers have adopted practices, including conservation tillage, that has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by more than 500,000 tons per year. They have done that because it is the right thing to do. They have done that because it is more efficient. Other sectors, such as the laying hen industry, have also reduced their energy usage by more than 40%, their water consumption by 70%, and the land footprint by 80%. Our country was one of the first in the world to have an outcome-based certified sustainable beef program. Again, not because the government instructed them to do this or because of government oversight and regulation. The Canadian cattlemen did this because, again, it was the right thing to do. And in the service of our land and environment, as a result of this program, our cattle ranchers now provide more than 68% of the wildlife habitat in Canada. This represents the protection of a key part of Canada's biodiversity. In fact, our Canadian grasslands are the most endangered ecosystem on the planet. And I know very few Canadians would really understand that or think that is the case. But our ranch families across the country are the ones that are protecting this very delicate ecosystem. If you haven't seen it, I would encourage everyone in this House to see the documentary Guardians of the Grassland, which is a partnership of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Ducks Unlimited, and the Nature Conservancy of Canada. And this highlights that very fact of how endangered our grasslands are when it comes to protecting that biodiversity. And I am very proud of the fact that this documentary was filmed in my riding of Foothills on the world-renowned Waldron Ranching Co-op in southern Alberta. Now, what does this all mean? What this means, Madam Speaker, is Canadian farmers have long understood that sustainability and sound science are good for farming. They're good for their families, but they're also good for their bottom line. However, we need to have their back as well. We need to be there to support them, especially when there are no other alternatives available. By moving forward on Bill C-234, we can enable our farmers to remain competitive on a global marketplace. This also provides them with the tools they need to further their investments in sustainability and new innovation. This will exempt natural gas and propane from the carbon tax, which will allow them to heat their barns, dry their grain at an affordable price to remain competitive. Madam Speaker, this bill is supported by all aspects of the agriculture sector, and I believe we need to recognize just how important that is. For example, the Agriculture Carbon Alliance, a coalition of 14 national farm organizations who represent more than 190,000 farm businesses and $70 billion in farm cash receipts, are telling us this makes sense, and we should listen. And I want to give you a few quotes from some of these stakeholders who are supporting Bill C-234. Dave Carey, co-chair of the Agriculture Carbon Alliance, said, "As a national coalition of industry-wide farm organizations, we are focused on prioritizing practical solutions to ensure our farmers and ranchers can remain competitive and to utilize the tools available to them where no alternative fuel sources exist. Bill C-234 will provide economic relief for our members, freeing up the working capital they need to implement environmental innovations on their farm." Bob Lowe, president of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, said beef farmers and ranchers are continuously looking at ways to environmentally improve their operations and further contribute positively to Canada's climate change objectives. Bill C-234 will provide much-needed exemptions for critical farming practices, including heating and cooling livestock barns and steam flaking. Madam Speaker, there are very real consequences to the Liberals' carbon tax. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business ran the numbers, and they are troubling. On average, in the first year of the Liberals' carbon tax, the average Canadian farmer was paying $14,000 a year in carbon tax. Last year, that went to $45,000 for the average Canadian farmer. On April 1st, this tax goes up yet again, another 25%. As a result of that, Canadian farmers will be paying, on average, $70,000 per operation. As many of my colleagues have said this afternoon, our margins are very tight in this industry. These taxes, as they go up, are taxing Canadian farmers out of business, which is nonsensical when you understand what a critical role they play, not only in feeding Canadians, but certainly carrying the burden of helping to feed the world. And I want to give you a couple of examples just from my riding. I put the word out, Madam Speaker, and asked for some of my farmers and producers to provide me with their carbon tax bills if they were willing to do so. Hilltop Dairy in Fort Macleod, the Van Heerden family, shared with me their carbon tax bills, and in 2021 they were more than $7,000 for one farm. By comparison, Mountain View Poultry near Okotoks, the Kielstra farm, paid more than $12,000 in carbon taxes in January alone, 1 month. So when we look at what I know my colleague and the Liberals have talked about, well, we should be supporting C8, which will have a carbon tax rebate program in it for agriculture. Well, that rebate is $1.70 per $1,000 of expenditures. That is a fraction of what Canadian farmers are now paying for the carbon tax. So it is nowhere near carbon neutral. In contrast, Bill C-234 ensures that farmers don't have to pay that carbon tax in the first place, which is more efficient, certainly, when it comes to the bureaucracy and the cost of administering a carbon tax rebate, which doesn't do at all what is intended to do, but certainly allows for that certainty for Canadian farmers to be able to do what they do best, and for them to be able to continue on with their operations. But to dig down a little deeper and just to show how unsustainable this program would be, the cost of production per acre in Alberta is about $400 per acre. The carbon tax will add more than $3 in costs next year, but that will increase to $11 in 2030, $18 per acre in Saskatchewan, $13 per acre in Manitoba. again, that is eating up whatever profits were there for them to be able to continue on with their livelihoods. And the costs of food will continue to increase. The farmers have nowhere to pass on these expenses. So as a result, we're already seeing the cost of living skyrocket as Canadians across this country are concerned about their ability to put food on the table for their families. This increasing carbon tax will even exacerbate that cost of living crisis that we are now facing. And certainly with what we've talked about in this House many times is the invasion of Ukraine by Russia is going to further cause a global food crisis where Canadian farmers want to be there to help, but they won't be able to do that because of a farm-killing carbon tax that is being brought in by the Liberal government, which will make it impossible for our Canadian farmers to do what they do best, provide high-quality and sustainable food to not only feed Canadians, but certainly to feed the world. And I know that's what Canadian farmers want to do. They are more than willing to carry that burden, that responsibility. They want to do it. But if they're going to do it, we have to give them everything they need to be able to compete on global markets, but also to be able to compete here at home. Now more than ever, Madam Speaker, we need to ensure Canadian farmers have the support and the structure in place for them to be successful. And by exempting farm fuels like natural gas and propane from the carbon tax will ensure that they are able to stay in business. I am asking all my colleagues in the House to support my colleague and from Huron-Bruce in Bill C-234 and help Canadian farmers across this country.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Comme il est 14 heures.
It being 2:30, the House is adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.